appreciate you guys being here. This is the first time we're doing this. I hope to make it an annual event. Really welcome and hope to utilize any of your input you might have on what you see today so we can make it better and again, make sense in the event. You guys I appreciate making the time to come in. It's a Saturday in the fall. There's a lot of things you're doing. Your players and your players' parents have no clue how much time you guys put in as coaches. So it's a profession that no one appreciates all that you do, all the behind the scenes that you judge based on the ball goes in or not. So I applaud you for taking the time to do this. A couple housekeeping items. If you didn't see or looking forward, you can catch it outside. There's coffee, some muffins, and some donuts. If you need restrooms, you can leave here, just go out in the hallway. But if you need the restrooms there, you also want to lock and go back there. We are taking this live. No one knows it, so no one's watching it. But we have it archived on the Cube. We'll be sending you a link so you can, then you didn't catch. Hopefully you can go back and watch it. Let's experiment with that. So the plan today is, you've seen the graphics, right? We're going to have 3 coaches here this morning. And then we'll break for lunch. And we're just going to try something new. We're going to head down to the union. Whenever it gets fed, I'll have the presenters at kind of a head table, and we're just going to do an informal Q&A. Maybe there's some things you want to talk about that you don't see in clinics, something small, something large. I'll lead off with a simple question, and then it's going to be really informal. We'll have some questions, pick their brains. And when that's done, we'll come back. We'll have another presenter after lunch, and last and least me. We have my team here demonstrating. They have not practiced yet, so they're going to make a lot of mistakes. I hope they don't freak out with the mistakes because they're nervous being here. No big deal. You can learn from watching them make a lot of mistakes. You'll find out that we make the same mistakes at every level, whether it's grade school to pro. We still practice on the 24th. I welcome you guys if you guys want to come to any game or any practice. You're welcome to come and hopefully you can see something from what we do to help you guys out. Anything else? If you're not getting a coaching packet, if you have coaching packets, Dave Ross' information is not in the packet, so I'll have it sitting over there in the corner. You can grab that before Dave goes. We will also be doing some raffle giveaways. We sell some things. Hopefully you fill a name and put it in the skip tune out there. Pick some names, you can get some nice gifts that Paul has brought us. This is kind of a co-venture between myself and myself. Girls basketball. So Paul Panofsky is really the person that created this with myself. And so again, we hope to make this event that you guys find something that you take with you and add to. Are you ready? So, I'm going to introduce our first presenter, Corey Wolf. Corey, I first met Corey, or saw Corey as a player back when he was young prep, and was blown away by someone at her age. I had quarterback as a college player, had like a freshman in high school. He could dribble and pass off the dribble with either hand. I was kind of blown away that someone could do that at that age. We're ready to play, and then she went off to play Caldwell Marquette. I had an opportunity to work with her here at Cardinal Stritch when she was assistant coach here at Stritch. We both assisted Rich Vanilla, and then enjoyed watching her win a state title at McLean. She played for 9 years, and now starting her second year in the Union Homestead program. Corey Wolf.
Good morning. First, I want to thank Coach Buckman for having me. I've been to a number of clinics, and I guess, for me, going to those clinics, I love to see drills. I love to get new drills. And I also like to watch how people coach those drills, pay attention to certain details. So I'm hoping today that you'll get some of that from what we talk about. There's 2 topics that I'm going to talk about today. The first one is teaching man-to-man defense. I'm a defensive coach, so I love man-to-man defense. how they play. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to coach like we were coaching a youth team or even a high school team. We took over a program that played all zone. Okay, so we did a lot of teaching last year in man-to-man concepts and paying attention to certain details that were just different than what they had learned. So I'm hoping, ask questions anytime. Just fire them at me. We're going to go through a bunch of different drills. A lot of these drills you have seen. Okay? But the way that we're going to teach them, teach these girls to play defense may be a little different. The details may be a little different. Okay? Taking certain angles, things like that defensively. Maybe a little different than what you've seen before. So I'm hoping you can get, a couple of things out of this defensive talk. And then the second thing we're talking about is one-on-one, totally different here, one-on-one progression. So we teach our players a series of one-on-one moves. My pet peeve as a coach is I don't like dribbling. Okay, offensively, I just don't like a lot of dribbling because I feel like kids dribble so much and they don't go anywhere. So we teach them this series to try to make their move off of the pivot and not off the dribble. Okay, so those are the two things. Again, ask questions anytime. I'm going to switch girls. Come on out. So a couple things defensively that are very, very important. Again, this is on your sheet actually. We always say active feet, active hands. Okay, your feet should always be moving, your hands should always be moving, they should be up. You don't want your hands down. And then vision, obviously. Any defense you play, you gotta have vision. Okay, you gotta know where the offense is, you gotta have good court awareness. And the third thing that's really hard for kids, especially, well, it's hard for us last year, especially at the youth level, is the concept of jumping to the ball. Okay, and always putting yourself in a good position defensively. So we're going to start with one-on-one zigzag. I'm sure most coaches have done. You can help arms up. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're going to keep it. We're going to go main line, sideline. Okay? So you can reverse through. Who's on your side first? Okay, so first thing, ball handler is going to, for us, they're going to start with their dribble. Okay, because you don't want to make a move right away and go right past the defense. So we're going to kind of do this dummy first. Okay? Okay, and this is how I would always start. Okay? You're going to get in your stance, okay, your hands are up. Okay, the hardest part is getting their hands up and having them stay up for the whole drill. Because as the drill goes on, their hands start going down. Okay? So we talk a lot about angles. So in basketball, we have angles, offensively, defensively. So as we go into zigzag, what you're going to do is you're going to go all the way to the sideline. Okay, go all the sideline, okay, then you're going to cross over, okay, and then you're going to lane line. Okay, you're going to go about 75%, so you're going to start a little slow. Okay. Okay, full work on this. Okay, we had a lot of kids, I don't know if it's a soccer thing, most of our soccer players, okay, when they start and they slide, what they do is they cross their feet. Okay? That's one thing you want to watch in this drill. So as I play defense and she goes, I'm stepping with that same leg. Okay? So it's a longer step in the two. Okay? So as she goes, it's a step and I want to take my angle. Okay? My feet should never come together. Okay? Just watch this that they don't go like this. Okay? Because they're going to get beat right away. Okay? So the zigzag, keep your hands are up. As she goes, I'm sliding. Okay? I'm all the way to the side. Okay, now when I change direction, again, watch this. Watch that crossover step. What you're going to do is you're going to now drop your foot. Okay, you're going to take another angle and you're coming back this way. Okay, you guys ready? Okay, make sure you're okay, 35%. Okay, you guys are going all the way down. Okay, you ready? Hands up, hands up, hands up. There you go. Hands up, hands up, hands up. Hands up, hands up. Hands up. Hands up. There you go. Good. So hands up. There we go. Good. Good. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Good. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Good. So I would say watching them two things. One, the hands. Okay? As soon as they land, hands get down. Okay? So it's really hard to slide and keep your hands up. Okay? Second thing, if you watch their footwork, sometimes their feet are coming too close together. Okay? You guys switch. Okay. Same thing. Same thing that I'm going to do. Okay? And you guys are on the wall. Okay? Don't get hurt. Don't see as if it's my space. Okay? Really hold tight. questions on that? Yes.
The hands are high. So you want to get this ball. Coming down, you slap, you call it off, which is something a little more lateral.
Yeah. And this is probably a difference of philosophy. What we teach, okay, our hands are up for the pass. Okay? So we teach our kids not to reach. Our turnovers don't come off of the steal from the ball handler. They come off the pass. Tip passes, okay, or a bad pass. So that's just a difference of philosophy. Okay, so we want a tip. Or we want to make a bad pass. Okay? Anybody else? Any questions? Yes? It's more like this, like shoulder, left shoulder. Yeah, like this. Yeah. Okay, so kind of where they would pick up and they pass the ball, like a chest pass type. Okay, that's where your hands are. Okay? Anything else? Okay. All right. We're going to go now. We're going to add to this. Okay, so for us, this is a progression. And sometimes you can do, if your kids struggle with your footwork like our kids do, is we will have the ball handler, we'll just have a slide. Hands up, slide. Hands up, slide. Okay? So there's no offense, it's just defense, slide. Okay? All right. So, first your butt, guys, right here. All right, so now we take it, and I always love to do a drill and then go live. Okay? Now you really get to see. Okay? Is there carryover? Because we all know we do lots of drills, right? When does the carryover happen? Sometimes it takes a really long time to carry that over. Okay, when you go live and you play the game. Okay, so now what we'll do is you guys are playing one-on-one live to half court. Okay? Now, the first thing you're going to see kids do when you do this is they're going to do this. The defense is going to start way back here. Okay, but our philosophy defensively is to pressure the ball. So our kids have to learn to get up and pressure. Okay? So ball handlers, you're starting with your dribble. Okay? Defense, you're going to get up. Okay? All right? You're going to give enough space. Okay? You're not going to get beat right away. But you guys got to learn how to pressure. So your hands are up. You guys are playing one-on-one live to half court. The full length. Yep. Width. Yep. So you're going to half court. Okay, so look. Then we're going to stop at half court and I'll show you the next part. Okay, you ready? Okay, start your dribble. Okay, you ready? Hands up. Okay, here we go. When you lunge, you go down here. If you don't get it, you're going to go right next to you. Okay? So the next part of the drill, okay? Wherever they end up at half court, they touch the ball with the defender. Okay? You're going to take it back. Okay? Same concept. We're still getting up. Okay? All right? And now you're playing live to the basket. Okay? So now offense is looking to score. Okay? The goal with the defense, okay, is you're going to try to keep them out of the lane, which is very difficult to do. Okay, so you want to try to angle them to the side, keep them out of the lane. Okay, you want to take a jump shot out here and have a layup. Okay, on the shot, okay, we don't leave our feet. Or we try not to leave our feet. Okay, on the shot, it's just contesting the shot, enter the box out, and then they're done. Okay, let's see. Hands up. Your feet, hands up. has that hand off. Okay? All right, hold on. Hold on. Okay, ready? Touch the ball. Get your stance. Here we go. Okay, next up, here we go. Okay, now this is where the angle, let's say you guys don't have first. Come on here. This is where angles are really important. So, what you're seeing sometimes is someone's making a move, okay, and they're defending, and then they cross over, okay, and what they do defensively is they open up their body. Okay, as soon as you open your body, a good offensive player is going straight to the basket and never beat them. Okay, you can't recover on that. Okay, so if I'm defending and she starts going one way, okay, and now she crosses over, what I have to do is I have to take a good angle, but I can't open my hips up. So when she crosses over on me, I have to ride her out. Okay, so I still have to be there, but my goal is to push her to the sideline and not open my body up to the basket. Okay, let's try that. I guess we can start right there. You see they're getting their feet too close together. It's almost a crossover for some of them. We got to keep their feet farther apart. Okay, slide. Are you guys ready? Okay, so this drill, you're going to have plenty of kids, okay, and it happens to us all the time, that says, I can't do this. I'm not fast enough. Okay? Especially your post players. If they're not used to defending full court, that's the first thing they're going to say to you. Okay? First of all, they can do it. Okay? And the more they do this drill, okay, and you instill this philosophy in them, they will do it. Okay? But they're just not comfortable doing it because they don't do it. Okay? So your post players can do this. Your kids that aren't as quick, they can do this. Okay? The difference for them is they have to be smart. Okay? Their angles have to be perfect. Okay, they have to know their speed, they have to know the offensive player's speed, and they will get used to that with your help. Okay? And just by doing it. All right, you guys ready? Okay. Right up. There you go. There you go. Stay low. Stay low. Stay low. Don't leave your feet. Don't leave your feet. Straight up. Come on. In practice, no. Okay. In a game, if they have a really bad matchup, yes, but here's the other thing. So we're going to press, okay? And if they have a post player that's going to handle the ball, okay, the chance, I would actually get up on them just because their decision making may not be the best because they're not used to handling the ball. Now, if they're big that can handle the ball, we won't have that matchup. So we would switch it up. Yeah. So in practice, I would definitely have them do it. Initially, yes. Yeah. Not yet. Progression, yeah. When everyone gets comfortable, maybe. But usually, at least for us, that'd be tough. I mean, our coaches get pretty bad on that. Now, when we start putting in our defense, we want to run and jump and stuff like that and work on help and rotations, that'd be a great time to do that. Well, one thing I do is I'd have the offense start with their dribble. Okay, so many times they're holding the ball and they make their first move and they already beat the pen. Okay, so if you have them start with their dribble, okay, that will make it a little easier on the defense. Okay, and they're how will you? had some kids that have gotten used to this and they've been really good defensively. I mean, really, the more you do it, the better they're going to get. Maybe they get beat after the second term. And then maybe next time it's the third term and the fourth. You know, as they do it, they should get better at it. Okay? And then maybe it is a little more space. Okay? Maybe they cover more with their hands, their arms, okay, rather than with their body. Okay, so you can take a little step back. Okay, but usually it's usually on that turn, it's those hips that open up so far. Okay, if they can learn to take a little better angle and widen the sideline, they'll be a little better defensive and be able to push that ball. Okay. Any other questions? All right, stop. Right at the end, and you see that angle. Okay, she started coming at her body, and then she got burned on the spin. Okay? All right. Any other questions? We'll move on to the next one to make sure we get through all these. All right. You guys roll 3, 1 ball. Okay? I'm sure you guys have all done this 2-on-1 passing drill. Okay, we're going to show it with closeouts. Okay? All right, let's go. Any group right here? Okay, show the ball. Then the pressure on it. not necessarily a crossover step, but what they're doing is they're stepping this leg, and then they're stepping again. Okay, so as soon as they go one side, whatever side they go to, that's my first leg that has to move because this is the leg that's pushing them sideline. Okay, so if she goes, I'm here. Okay, I gotta beat her, I gotta react quickly with that leg. Okay, if I step, she goes that way, and I step with this leg, there's no way. Okay, I can never beat her sideline, she's gonna turn on me every time. Okay, offense, I want you guys to still try to go, okay, directly to your partner on the dribble, but now I want you to go 75%, let's slow it down. Okay, think about your footwork. Okay, the hands up, touch the ball, think about your footwork and your foot, your stepping. Okay, go ahead. Now the ball always goes from the wing back up top. Okay, now Now you have to react. This is really tough to defend. Okay, but now you'll see it. Okay, there's that lunge. I'm going to close out. Okay, and then a quick over. Okay, those two little things. All right, ready? Okay, here we go. Now we're going to single. That's it. Close out. The younger the kids, the slower you have to go with the drill. Okay, so you may want to tell them, okay, hold the ball for 2 or 3 seconds. Okay, let the defense kind of get set, know where they're going. Next pass, hold for 2 or 3 seconds. Okay, then as they get better, then you can play live. Okay?
Corey,
Yes.
you want to have first?
Can I go in hand forwards? Yes. Okay, good job. Okay, now we're going to put a little bit of everything together on defense. Okay, so I need someone up top of the ball. Okay, the offensive player in the wing. Okay, on the court too. The farther away the ball is, the farther away I would be. Okay, if it's all on the other side of the court, that'd be outside. Okay, so you're going to cut twice, and you're going to catch. Okay, close out, ball gets passed, and then dump the ball. Okay, now what you're going to do is you're going to cut all the way, but you're going to actually cut, you're going to go lower. Okay, you're going to go to the other side of the court. Okay, now this introduces the concept of help side defense. Okay, so when the ball's now on this side, and my offensive player's on that side, you actually need to cut low, stay a little lower. I'm help side. Okay, I can see them both. I'm still in my stance, my hands are still up. Okay? Once you dribble over, you're going to pick up the ball. Okay? You're going to pause for a second. Okay? The last part of the drill is just a deny. Okay, so now she's going to flash from the lane. Okay? And I'm going to deny for the pass. Okay, now, what you will see on this, okay, is that the defender will wait. Okay? The defender will wait for a cut. And they won't deny them until they get right here. And it's too late. Okay, so as soon as they see the offensive player moving, they should be moving. Okay? They're moving. Now they're in perfect position. They shouldn't wait till the offensive player gets right to them. Okay? And the denial comes in the passing lane. You're not denying her, you're denying the pass. Okay, so the other thing kids will do is, as you cut, you're denying right at her, they run at her. Okay, she'll just go right around and over like. Okay, so my denial is the pass. She has to get the ball, she can't hold. Okay, so I'm in this passing lane right here. Okay, I'm here as she starts moving, and I start moving my feet, not here. Okay, so you deny the flash. If you don't get it, you guys are not switch. Just switch. Just rotate. Okay? Alright, so we got two cuts. Then you pass back. Okay, and then she's going to go over and okay. Slide. Okay, it's help side defense, it's denial, it's closing out, a little bit of everything. Okay, come on. Cheat a little more. You know, if it's someone that just is really dominating athletically or can just really jump high, they're just throwing it to her, then we probably would. Just more of an adjustment. Any other questions? Okay, we got one more defensive drill. We're going to move on here. We're talking about defensive shell. Okay, I'm assuming a lot of coaches run defensive shell. Yes? Okay, we run it every day. We pretty much start with it every single day. What I would do for the, when we did it too, introducing it, we started very simple. Okay, so let's go, I'm just going to say your colors. 3 on offense, 3 on defense. Okay, so it's on top and the wings. Okay, I would just start 3 on 3. The more people you add, the more confusing it is to the kids. Okay, so, can you stand guys? Okay, we're not away, so there you go. Okay, defense, you cannot sit the ball. Okay, offense, you're not dribbling. Okay, every time you catch, okay, you're going to wait 2 seconds before you pass the ball. Okay, so in the shell drill, a couple of things you're looking for, closeouts. Okay, closeouts and high hands, those are the 2 biggies. Okay, make sure they can see the ball and their man. Okay, you're going to have to walk them through some of the positions. Okay, you guys ready? Okay, talk, make sure you close out. Hands are up. Okay, good angles on your closeouts. These guys do a really good job at what you will sometimes see is I'm guarding the ball, the pass goes. Oh yeah, now I'm going to go. Okay, so they don't go on the pass, they actually wait for someone to catch the ball. Okay, so as soon as that ball, as soon as you guys know where the ball's going, the ball leaves the passer's hand, they got to get to their spot right away. Okay? All right, any questions on that? Okay, so we'll do guys 2 more. One offense, one defense. We'll go 4 out. I'll just show you some different progressions. Okay, 4 out. You guys bump down. Come over here. Offense and defense down there. Okay, so same shout. Okay, now we'll just go 4 on 4. Okay, so where are we at here? Here's the ball. Okay, so we'll just go through it for like 10 seconds. Are you ready? Okay, got your Niles. Wait a second. We'll go. You guys ready? Okay, jump the ball. You're going to anybody going sideways. So they got to create this space. So it's a sweep, okay? Long step, now it's back and back. Okay? Push their dribble out. The more dribbles they take, the less of a chance they're going to get to the hoop. Okay? So I would say even at your level, 3 dribbles max, if not 2. Some of these girls will be able to do it in 1. Okay? You guys ready? Oh, here's another question we get. So what if they want to go the other way? Okay? Okay, so we teach our kids the right hand as they're coming in, they're stepping in, left foot's their pivot. And again, different philosophies. Okay, if they want to go to the left, all this is a sweep into crossover. Okay, and now they're going to the hoop. So you got this way, okay, or you have this way. Alright? Why don't you guys go? Dummy defense. Okay, go ahead. Oh, quick, long step. Okay, long step. Okay, right off the hip. Okay, long step. Okay. You guys do this. You guys do this. Long
We talked about ball security. All here at once. Focus on one group rather than a bunch of groups are doing it. All everybody. More points of emphasis. Emphasizing drills. I think toughness is right. Being competitive. About how we make it point of emphasis we do to be competitive. We say how we try to develop toughness is just fire. Basic stuff.
Coaches, we're gonna start in a minute.
First drill is to the two people. So we're two and then the first drill. Check 1, 2, 3.
Seventh season at Germantown. I first met Matt on actually recommendation from Troy Lowell. Back when I used to run a small indie club, and Matt was part of the great program. Immediately, like the personality, how he taught. I just like his manner with the team. Worked together at the Rick Majerus camps that were held here. Did a great job for me, providing for us. And in the last 3 years, 57 and 16 at Germantown, and in my opinion, is a great developer of individual talent, and obviously see the results on the floor with his team's record. So, that's it.
All right, we're going to try to cover a lot in a little bit of time. You saw it at the handout, we got both sides filled up, so try to get through a lot of drills. So If you do have questions or things, if you think you can save them for the lunch Q&A, you can try to do that. Hopefully I'll explain things well enough where it's pretty clear, but it's a lot to get through, so I'd like to really get through as much as possible that's on the list. If for some reason we're running short, some of the 5-on-5 stuff at the end is pretty self-explanatory. We may not run through it a lot, but I'll try to explain as much as I can about that. All right? The first drill we're going to do is just partner footwork. I believe that at the core of ball security is just footwork. Pretty simple, but I think the more comfortable kids are stopping and pivoting, the better they're going to take care of the ball. So we actually start all our high school practices with this drill, and all the drills that we do use at the high school level, but I think also can be used at the middle school levels as well. This drill we actually start all our youth camps with this drill, just to kind of get kids moving. And you can really emphasize a lot of things in a little time. Just kind of, I know we're all pressed for gym time, at least we are in Germantown. So we try to maximize our time and put a lot of things into drills and compress practice time and try to cover as much as possible. So I see 2 people out with 1 ball. So 2 people can hop out with the ball. You just come out over the sideline. This is our partner footwork. You're going to have the ball. You're going to be behind her. We're facing this way. All right. And I'll show you a couple of variations what we do with the younger kids and also with our high school kids. What you're going to do is you're going to start in a good athletic position. We're going to shot fake. All right. We're going to dribble just about 15 feet out, but about halfway out here, I want you to some kind of dribble move. Whether it's hesitation, crossover, between the legs, around the back, whatever you want to do. You can tell kids what you want them to do, or you can just say, I just want a dribble move. All right? So high school kids, we just tell them, give me a dribble move. One that I really like, and we try to emphasize a lot, is a pullback crossover. So why don't we just start with that? So you're going to shot fake, about halfway out to 15, you're going to pull back. So just pull back, same hand, and then crossover. So pull back, then shot fake, crossover. Good. Good balance stop. All right, come to a balance stop. Good. And we always try to tell kids, sit when you stop. All right, really emphasizing getting their knees bent and their hips down. So that's kind of something our kids get used to hearing. Sit when you stop. And obviously, the main reason for that is, balance, which is obviously important. But also we want to try to protect kids' knees as much as we can. And the harder they stop with us, more straight up they are, the more potential there is to do some damage to the knees. We are trying to sit when you stop. All right? Now we designate what they do. We start out with a left foot front pivot. So you're going to pivot on your left foot, make a front pivot. Beautiful. And another point of emphasis, we always want to make sure stay at the same level when you pivot. All right? Kids have a tendency to come to a good balance stop, then they do this, and now we're no longer in a good athletic position. So we really want to emphasize, all right, stay at the same level when you pivot. All right, now we're just going to go throw a chest pass back, step into your target. There you go, critical. Receiving end, good hand targets. All right, and we want you catching it in a good athletic position. Okay, and then you're just going to jog back behind her. You're going to do the same thing. Shot fake. Let's do a pull back crossover about halfway out. Pull back, cross it over. Balance stop, sit when you stop. Left foot front pivot. Good job staying low. And really make sure and kids at this level can probably get away with a nice 15-foot pass without stopping. But obviously with younger kids, we really got to emphasize stop to your target. Get some zest on the pass. She didn't need to do that because she's strong. Same thing. Catch it, athletic position, stop fake. We're going to pull back crossover halfway. Balance stop. Left foot front pivot. Sit back. All right, good. And that's just kind of how we started. We have some variations. Okay. This time we're going to go balance stop, right foot front pivot. Okay. Everything else, same thing. Catch it, shot fake. All right. Pull back crossover, balance stop, and we're going to go right foot front pivot. All right, go ahead. Pull back, cross it over. Sit when you stop, right foot, good. And step to your pass, right? Shot fake. You can go right off the catch. Balance stop, right foot front pivot. Good. Shot fake, catch it again. Make sure to catch it in a good athletic position. Shot fake. Good. emphasize here is, and that was a good one, but what we find, especially with young kids, is the shot fake is often a shot twitch, all right? They say it every year at camp, what should a shot fake look like? And they're like, well, a shot. And I'm like, can we make it look like a shot? Because you'll see a lot of, these, when the ball doesn't move, we just really emphasize, 4 to 6 inches, getting the elbow up, ball to the forehead. Again, work on something within a drill, so you don't have to spend time individually doing that. Let's go out a little farther. Okay, something we like to do, especially at the high school level, is work on skip passing, because I think that's a difficult thing for a lot of kids to do. So we're just going to come out probably like 25 feet. So same thing. I'll let you do whatever you want here. Just some kind of ball handling move. All right, crossover between your legs, whatever you want to do. Come to a balance stop about here. Let's go left foot, reverse pivot. All right, so go left foot, reverse pivot. What we tell our kids is just throw your elbow back, reverse pivot, and now we're going to skip pass back to our partner. So we're going to extend it out a little more and just work on the same drill, but now we're going to cover with a skip pass. So go ahead, shot fake. Left foot, reverse pivot, good. And we'll skip that shot fake. Left foot, reverse pivot, good. And then we'll go right foot, reverse pivot. All right, let's make sure we do a good job of snapping that skid pass. Still showing your hand target, all right? Receiver showing their hand target. Let's try to get them as close to the shooting pocket on the catch as you can, all right? Go ahead. Stay low when you pivot. Good. All right, so we'll do that for a few reps. And the last two is kind of unique to maybe feeding the post. We work on a step through, wrap around pass. So you're going to get probably back to about 15 feet. All right. When we get here, let's go left foot front pivot. All right. Then we're going to step through and make a left hand wrap around pass. Okay. Kind of like you're feeding the post. All right. Make sure again. Now this becomes a little more challenging. Keep that left foot down because now we're not just pivoting. After we come to a pivot, we step through. All right. Make sure when you step through, protect that ball. And we're just going to wrap around with the left hand. We always like to start this drill with the left hand because most kids aren't left-handed and they don't like to use that hand. So whenever we have drills where it's left hand or right hand, we generally try to start with the left hand. Maybe it's just being mean, but I always like to start that way. All right, go ahead. Left foot front pivot, step through, wrap around bounce pass. Good. Good job catching that flag. Step through, good. Stay low when you pivot. Sit when you stop, stay low when you pivot. Now let's go right foot front pivot, all right? And now you're going to step through and wrap around with the right hand. So that's just part of our footwork. We'll start every practice with that. Again, shot fakes, low ball handling, balance stops, pivots, passing. So you can really compress practice by putting a lot of stuff into one drill. We can work on chest passes, skip passes, wrap around bounce passes. So we can get a lot done in one drill and just kind of get some moving, right? Get some warmed up. We like to always start practice with what we call skill drills, and this is one of them. So you need two different people out here. They did a great job. Let's do two good people. All right. The next one we do is we call the BOSS drill. And BOSS is an acronym for how we want to catch the ball. We want to catch the ball offensively with balance. All right. Eyes on the target, squared up, and shot ready. All right, we just say BOSS, and the kids understand balance, on target, squared up, and shot ready. Okay? A lot of people say triple threat. All right? We like to get our kids in the mindset of one threat and that's score. All right? So we don't say triple threat. We want to create scoring opportunities. So we want to be balanced, eyes on the target, squared up, and shot ready. Okay? And again, partner footwork drill, we can get all our kids doing that. I just brought one group out, concentrate on them. Boss drill, we don't need a rim necessarily. We just want to face a rim, all right? But we're not finishing at the rim. So you can be really anywhere on the floor as long as you can see a rim where you are. So it allows you, if you have a basket with 2 gyms, or a gym with 2 baskets, you can still get everyone involved because we're not using that. So what you're going to do is come out, give her the ball. All right, you can spread your kids out wherever you want. You're going to start about 8 to 10 feet. And we usually just kind of little underhand pass and you're going to close out. All right? Again. It's an offensive drill, but all drills we try to emphasize both sides of the ball. So good closeout. Right? Our job here is to catch the ball. Again, balanced, eyes on the target, squared up and shot ready. Okay? How we start the drill is you're going to shadow the ball with your hands. All right? But we want you to emphasize that don't take the ball outside the framework of your body. Right? We don't want you getting the ball way out here or up over your head. We want you to keep the ball within the framework of your body. Got that? All right? And you're shadowing the ball. If you have the opportunity to try to knock it away, go ahead and knock it away. Now, obviously, when we're teaching our on-ball defense, we're not swiping at the ball, but for the sake of this drill, get her to think ball security. If she leaves it out there and you think you can knock it away, go ahead and knock it away. All right? And we want you just pivoting, pivot to protect. All right? Keep the ball within the framework of your body. Go for about 5 seconds, then we'll switch it up. All right? So get the ball close out. All right? Switch. And, yep, there you go. Good. Switch. Again, try to keep the ball in the framework of your body. So don't be up here. Try to keep it within the framework of your body. Okay, the only time we want to bring the ball here is when we're going to catch it. Okay? Because generally, if you bring the ball up here, you're going to stand up, and we're not in an athletic position anymore. You want to stay here in the framework of your body, pivot to protect. All right? Keep the ball here in the framework of your body. Got it? Switch. Good close up, good. Good. Good job. Good. Now switch. So we'll do that for a few reps, and then we'll add a dribble, okay? We try to emphasize with our kids that, in basketball, if you can win the first dribble, you're going to win most of your one-on-one matchups. All right? If I can win the first dribble, I can win most of my matchups. Okay? So what does that mean offensively? Offensively, you're going to have the ball after one dribble, just close out. If you can get even with her on the first dribble, so say she's even on the first dribble, we're probably going past on the second one, all right? If she can keep her from not getting even with her on the first dribble, she's probably going to have a good shot of winning the second dribble. So if you can win the first dribble, we feel pretty good about where we are in the second dribble, okay? I'll let you know when to use your dribble, okay? Keys on the dribble is, our phrase is clip the hip. Okay, and I notice in the first section, you guys got to really work on clipping the hip, body to body creating contact. Okay, the wider we go, the more that defender can angle and cut us off. So you got to go clip the hip, right? Create some contact as you go by. Defense just work on staying squared, and then on the dribble, angling and staying in front of it. Okay, so we'll go same drill initially, pivot to protect. All right, when I say go, you're going to take a dribble. Okay, and again, the job now is to anticipate. It doesn't have to be strong hand, right? Dribble to the side where you think you can beat the defender. Okay. Go. All right, one dribble. Let's make sure we get nice and tight with the hip and try to beat her with one dribble. Got it? Now, I think that's probably one of the most difficult things we have kids do is, if they want to use the first dribble to set up the second one, but if you have a good defender, you're not getting the second one. So we always got to have beat her with the first dribble, okay? Really set her up. When I say go, you don't have to dribble right away. It just means now I know I can't use the dribble. But still we want you setting it up. So when you take the first one, you're right. You're going to get even with it. Okay? That's your objective offensively. Get even on the first dribble. Goes up. Go. Set up that first dribble. So you can get even with her on the first dribble. Go. Good. That's right. There we go. Good. Again, set up that first dribble. All right. Pivot. Jab step. Set up that first dribble. Go. All right. So that's after a box drill. Okay. You get the idea. We started out again first stationary, just really working on pivot to protect. All right. Defensively, really working on shadowing the ball. Again, really, we allow you to be over-aggressive for the sake of this drill, just to really work on getting the ball handler to protect the ball. And then we add the dribble, hopefully work on clip the hip and winning the first dribble. All right? Nice job. Let's get 3 people out with the ball. 3 people, 1 ball. 3 people, 1 ball. Next one is 1 versus 2 ball handling. Let's get you on the baseline. Person with the ball, let's go right between the S and the T there. 2 people on defense, right on the ball. We like to press a lot, so this helps us not only with ball security, but it helps us in our press defense as well. So your job, you have sideline, all right, and you have the line running rim to rim, okay? Okay, so you can't go past rim to rim, all right? Because what we'll do in practice is we'll have another group working on this side of the floor. If we have enough coaches, we'll also use that side of the floor. So we kind of break it into quarters. A lot of times we just use one side. So defense, your job, you're in a trapping pressing situation. You want to keep her contained as much as possible, okay? You cannot touch the ball, okay? Cannot touch the ball, okay? Which really focuses them on defensive footwork, okay, keeping her contained. Because if you let them touch the ball, they'll wave at it, get out of position, and the offense goes. All right, tough drill offense because you got to beat 2. All right, so you got to use change of direction, hesitation. Here's where that pullback crossover gets to be a really good move. If you get jammed up, create a little space, you can pull back and then cross over. Okay. Once you get to half court, you're going to pick the ball up. Okay? Got it? So you're going to pick the ball up once you get to half court, and then you're going to get back in position, and for 4 seconds, you're just going to try to knock it away from them. Okay? So once you pick up the ball at half court, they're going to try to just knock it away from you. You got to pivot to protect, keep it strong. Okay? So again, a little ball security at the end. And this is try to say it's a tough drill offensively, but really, defensively, you find out who can play in your press. Right? Who can contain the ball, who can move their feet. It really kind of is a good drill if you're a pressing team to say, who can we put up there, all right? And who do we have to sit back there and, wait for the ball, all right? So it's just 1 versus 2 ball handling, all right? Sideline to midline with your border. Once you get to half court, pick it up. We're going to get back in position and try to knock it away. All right, go ahead. Directions, good. Good. Going good. Get half court. Get half court. Pick it up. Pick it up. Get back in position. Try to knock it away. Let's try not to hammer too much. All right. Try to swipe at the ball. Switch it up with another person on offense. Good.
Pick it up. Try to knock it away. Pivot to protect. Good. Try to really, when we get that pivot to protect, squeeze the ball, get your elbows out. Let's try not to cradle it like a football. Right? Squeeze it, elbows out, pivot to protect. Okay? Remember, defense, you can't touch the ball. Right? And this kind of goes against their instincts. Obviously, when we run our press, we want them, especially in a situation where they split, you want the back tip. Obviously, in this drill, we're not touching the ball defensively. Okay? So you got to, sometimes you do that in basketball. We tell you to go against your instincts. This is one of those situations. All right, go ahead. Line. Pick it up. Back away. Pivot to protect. Pivot to protect. Good. All right. So, that's 1 versus 2 ball handling. Great. I think not only for ball security, but really making it a challenge on the kid, having 2 defenders on the ball. Again, if you're a pressing team, it's going to expose who can play back here and who can't. And we like the press, and this really shows us early in the season who's willing to really move and who understands angles, and who can do that kind of stuff. We work a little post, because we talk about ball security, we don't often think about the post. This is more of a toughness drill, though. We call it post toughness. Let's get 3 passers on the perimeter, wing top and top, or wing top, wing, sorry, and 2 people inside, offense and defense inside. So you get a passer on the wing, a passer on the top, a passer on the wing, using 1 ball. Now notice we say post toughness, and all the post players jump up. We make all our kids do this drill. All right? We might, if we have guard post breakdown, have the post do it a little more, but we do definitely run this drill with all our kids, because post defense, you get in situations where teams have a guard they like to post up, or you get in situations where you get a switch, and now we're guarding the post. I think all our kids have to be able to guard the post and hopefully be able to play the post for a little bit. We'll have 3 guards on our team this year that are 5'10", and we'll have probably a 5'7" kid playing the post. So our guards probably going to have a size advantage, and we'll look to post them up. So we run everyone inside. So who's on offense? Your offense. Defense, we like the front, all right? So you got to get in front and deny. No lob passes, all right? If we don't have any help side defense, so a lob should work if she's trying to front and deny. So we don't allow lob passes in this drill. We can pass from any of the spots. So again, if we get it there, you get around. And we can throw to the top. Now, what we like to do offensively is, if we're here, we like the less is more philosophy. So we're denying you here. All right, we can throw to the top. To the top. All right, we just like to, pivot and seal, okay? And what happens in this drill a lot is the post players end up, they think it's a conditioning drill and they run all over the place. All right, we try to get them to understand, game concept. Less is more, all right? So pin and seal, all right? Just try to use your footwork, all right? Picking up sets first was footwork. Try to use your footwork to get a seal and get the ball, all right? Instead of running. If the ball gets, you guys can skip it if you want. All right, doesn't matter where you pass it. You can go wing to top to wing. You can skip wing to wing. But let's see if we can post or pivot, seal, and get the ball. Once you get it, try to score. All right? All right, go ahead. Keep it back to it. Good. All right? So then we'll rotate. All right? Offense. You're going to be on offense. You're coming in on defense. All right? And another reason this is good is we get in these situations in games. All right? We get these matchups. And, you got to have kids, if you get in a game and a kid gets in a matchup where they're stuck inside on a switch situation or a scramble situation, and if they've never done this before, it's probably not going to end well for you. But if you've exposed them to situations in practice where you got a guard guarding the post,
When they've done it in practice, and it happens in a game, you got a better chance of success in that situation. All right? Go ahead. No louds. Good. Good. Nice seal. Good seal. All right? We'll just keep rotating through. Get everyone in there. Again, that was a great job on the wing to top pass, a good seal. All right? And again, I think if that's something, especially your post players can understand, that when that ball goes wing to top, if they can make a good seal here, I think that's one of the toughest things in the post to guard. I think a lot of kids are pretty good on this pass to the wing of getting in position and denying. But then when the ball gets swung back, it's hard to get back in position and deny that pass. If you got a post player who can really seal against a team that denies in fronts, we have a lot of success. What we do to make this drill competitive, all right, we like to make things competitive as much as possible. Because believe it or not, kids don't always practice as hard as we want them to. But sometimes we have to make things competitive. So what we'll do in this drill is say, if you score, you stay. All right. One thing I forgot to emphasize is good ball. Who's on offense? If she scores, go ahead, you get the ball out of the net. Good. Yep. And you're going to inbound to the other outlet to the wing. All right. Forgot to throw that in there. Just kind of gets kids in that mindset of team scores, let's transition offense. So if we get a score or even a miss, let's just make or miss. Outlet to either way, whatever side you're closest to. All right, so if you're on defense and they score, get it out of bounds and outlet. All right, if they miss, outlet to the nearest wing. Okay, let's go. If you score, you stay on offense. Okay, we'll rotate around that person. Just make it a little more competitive. So if you score, you get to stay on offense. People like playing offense for some reason. They don't like playing defense as much. So go ahead. Inbound. Good. Rotate around. She stays on offense. You play on defense. Inbound it. Good. Stay wide and inbound. All right, so that's kind of what we're going to make it a little more competitive. All right, we'll let the person on offense stay, and it kind of looks like, what position you normally play? 2-3. Probably defended the post and posted up as well as anybody else. And we find that a lot. And it's a great drill. You find out you got a guy that can really play offense in there. All right, let's put in a set for that person. Let's put him on the wing, dribble him into the post, and let him post up. All right, so a lot of times drills can help you out in games because you start to find out skill sets that you might not have known kids have. All right, so one benefit of having guards play inside is, you find out you have a guy that's really good in there, maybe we'll make you a 5. Or maybe we'll just run a set to post her up and give her an opportunity to score in there. So that's post toughness. All right? Again, just really getting kids to compete. Defensively, it's a great drill to work on fronting, work on denying post. Offensively, great drill to work on footwork inside, getting kids to seal instead of running block to block all the time. I think that's one of the hardest things to get kids to understand is when the ball moves, you don't necessarily have to move yourself offensively. You just got to make sure you work on footwork, sealing the defense, and creating passing angles. All right? Let's post toughness. Let's get 6 people out here. 6 people. To the offensive player, let's get 3 black and 3 white if we can. Beautiful. The offensive player on each block, and the offensive player with the ball just above the arc. So, the black on each block. Defenders, we're going to get above them. All right, you're guarding the ball. This is just 3-on-3 trapping. Okay, and again, we're a pressing team, so it helps us defensively, but offensively, it helps you work on situations where you're going to get trapped. So 3-on-3 trapping, you can dribble either way, okay, left or right. whatever way she dribbles, you're going to go trap. Okay? So if she dribbles this way, you're going to run and trap. You're going to change the ball, you're looking to intercept either way. All right? So again, a lot of times when you cross, you got to guard two, right? So you got to now find the open person offensively. Okay? Back it up. Same thing. You dribble right. That person's running up to trap. You can pull them a string over, and we're looking to find the open pass. Right? We make these people kind of stay stationary. They might move a little bit. When you try to, we're not running up. Right? We want her to have to really make a tough pass. Okay. Now, you can put yourself in good position by flipping the hip and hopefully getting a little closer and shorten that pass up. If you dribble wide, which you don't like to do, you're going to be farther away from your teammates. It's going to be a little tougher. Okay? But again, pivot to protect, all right? And you're looking to make a pass. All right? That's why you go just a little bit. All right? So you dribble either way. We're going to trap that side. Other defenders looking to intercept the pass. Go ahead. Good. Good. That's it. That's the drill. All right? Let's rotate spots. We keep the black on offense. And I think it's good if you're a pressing team. All right? Anticipation is always important. So now you put a player in position to really read body language, anticipate a pass, and one thing we always chart is deflections, and we really emphasize that a lot. So defense, we want to try to get a hand on the ball whenever we can. Right? On the ball, we want to try to deflect. All right, and this person playing the interceptor position, we want to try to, if you can't steal it, at least get a finger on it. All right? Go ahead. Okay. Rotate. Good. Rotate. Mr. White on offense. All right, defensively, how do I know where she's going to pass it? Shoulders. What else? Eyes. Right? So read the eyes, read the shoulders. Okay? Sometimes you can see the eyes within their trap, but sometimes you can't. We're looking at shoulders. Okay? Good. We've been pressing a lot the last few years. I've yet to see a kid make a no-look pass out of a trap. Okay? If we get playing against a kid like that, probably going to have trouble anyway. But I've yet to see a kid make a no-look pass out of a trap. All right? So look for the eyes. She's going to tell you where the ball's going. Okay? So read her eyes, anticipate, and get to that spot. All right? Go ahead. Good. Good. Rotate the spot. Get there. And read and anticipate. Great drill for, again, not just a pressing team, but any team, working on the help side, anticipation. Okay? And offensively, they're doing a great job of handling pressure. We're going to say a great job handling pressure. We're not going to say a bad job in the trap of deflecting and pressuring. We're going to say they're doing a great job. Well, let's see if we can do an even better job on the ball of shadowing the ball, looking to deflect that pass out of the trap. All right, and really pressuring the ball. Go ahead. Good, there we go. You like deflections. Good job. All right, so that's our 3-on-3 trapping drill. All right, good job preparing kids for pressing on offense and defense. All right, handling pressure, passing out of traps, but also really good at developing anticipation skills out of those backline kids. If you're a pressing team, that's good. Or just a team, playing good help side defense, anticipating the pass, and getting there, even if they catch it, getting there on the catch, and they can't do anything on the catch. All right? We can go 5-on-5. All right, 5-on-5. So 5 black and 5 white out here. Set up, however you want to set up offensively. All right? You want 4 out 1 in, 3 out 2 in. So we call this 10 consecutive passes. Offense's job is to complete 10 consecutive passes without a steal or a deflection. Okay? You are allowed one dribble per catch. Okay? One dribble per catch. That way, we have done this no dribbles, but we also like to reinforce the fact that sometimes, if you get one dribble, they can kind of take a good dribble, get an angle, and relieve some pressure. So we do give one dribble every catch. I think that's a good skill to reinforce with kids, is that one dribble to create good passing angles, whether it's on the perimeter or whether it's throwing it inside. You guys are just going to run your offense. Whatever you do offensively, just run. So it's kind of, whatever you do, if you're a flex team, if you're a motion team, if you're on the swing, if you're on the triangle, whatever you do, you can run in this drill. So it's good in that you get to practice running your offense against pressure. All right, defensively, we're really working on denying. All right, you might not be a denial team, but you're probably going to play some that are. So prepares your kids to play against good denial defense. So if you can complete 10 consecutive passes, then the defense has got push-ups. All right, if the defense can get a steal or a deflection before you complete 10, then the offense has push-ups. All right, so again, kids don't always play as hard as you want them to, so you try to do something to reinforce that it's important to do what we want to emphasize. So offense, if you get your 10 passes, defense has 10 push-ups. Defense, if you get a hand on the ball or steal before they get to 10, all right, they do push-ups. And you can modify this. Hold on. You can modify this. If you have, not every team is going to be able to do 10. You can say 5. Right? Maybe 5 consecutive passes. However you feel your team can get there, 10 can be tough. All right? We do 10 because I would say, we want it to be tough. We don't want things to be easy in practice. So we make it 10 because I think 10 is tough to get to. All right? So run your offense, 10 consecutive passes. Obviously, we're not shooting. Get up in the line. Get up in the line. Offense, you got 10 push-ups. There's got to be a reward, right? We play games to have rewards. Defense gets a reward. Oh. Now, one point of emphasis is great job over here. All right, a lot of counting. All right, obviously, if you have more than 10 kids on the team, have those kids that are out counting. All right, as a coach, it's hard for me to keep track because I'm looking at what the kids are doing. It's a great drill for working off of screens, setting good screens, and reading screens. All right, if you want to get open, you got to set good screens and read good screens. Also, let's get up in the line. All right, working on recognizing these situations. If we get a denial, what we're going to do? All right, we can cut to the basket, sprint to replace. All right, get good pressure release, stuff that we want to build into offense, hopefully. Or if you're basket cut or screen away, however you want to make your pressure release offensively. Another great thing we like to emphasize here is getting yourself open, which is denying. Obviously, a basket cut, probably not a great option here. I could screen down, but I don't know if she wants to come play out here. So I can just walk into my defender, get myself open, and play. Okay, working on those kind of skills. So really, I think does a good drill for developing toughness, developing ball security. Again, you find out who you can trust in games, especially late game situations when you're up. Who can I trust to make good decisions and hang on to the ball? Really good drill that we like to run periodically. Defensively, again, you're down in the game, you're not in foul mode yet, but you got to deny. Who can I trust to get in that situation? All right? So that's 10 consecutive passes. A couple more drills that we like to do that I think are pretty self-explanatory, but we'll run through them. We'll just run a drill called next point wins. Right? And we might do it full court, we might do it half court. We just do next point wins. Next team to score wins. The losing team does push-ups, runs, whatever you want to make them do. Again, we want to build competitiveness into our practices. We like to have some kind of reward for the winning team, all right, and reinforcement for the losing team. So we'll do next point wins. Okay, we might just go rock, paper, scissors. Who gets the ball first? All right. Sometimes I'll ask kids, "You want to play on offense or defense?" Next point wins. And sometimes I'll pick defense. If they really feel confident and they want to challenge themselves. I've had kids that say, "We'll be on defense first." Just have that mindset that they're not going to score. So we'll play a half court, play a full court. Just next point wins. All right? So white will let you play offense. All right? Again, late game situation, end game situation, whoever scores is going to win the game. All right? Let's go. Now, good job. In this game, we would probably just go full court on that. Okay? Transition, offense to defense. Right? Good job. I don't know where we were on the shot clock there. But good creation. So that next point wins. All right? Obviously, they're black. They transition down on offense. All right? White would have to get back on defense. So a good drill for building toughness in your kids, building competitiveness in practice. Just first team to win, or first team to score wins. We'll typically in our drills do loser has a ladder, all right? Free throw back, half court back, opposite free throw back, full court back. A lot of times that's what we do in our drills is, we'll play next point wins, loser has a ladder, all right? And so another drill we'll do is no paint. Okay? Really emphasizing keeping the ball out of the paint. And there's a couple ways you can run this. We'll do it sometimes for 30 seconds. If the offense gets in the paint, they stay on offense. All right? If the defense allows a paint touch, and we define it as either it can be a drive, where they get both feet in the lane. All right? We don't shoot in this drill. So if you get in the lane and they kick it out, that counts. If we can get a post touch with both feet in the lane, that counts, all right? So any time where we get both feet in the paint counts as a paint touch. And we'll just play for 30 seconds. If the defense can keep them out of the lane for 30 seconds, then they get to play offense. Again, generally, unless the kid really can't handle the ball or shoot, most likely they like to play offense over defense. So you get out of the paint for 30 seconds, you get to play offense. First time we run this in practice, they're usually on defense for quite a while. And then they finally figure it out that we got to play a lot harder, we got to help each other out, we got to play a lot smarter, and then we can go play offense. So really the first time we play this, defenses tend to stay on the floor a little longer than they would like. All right? But you'll start to see that toughness and that competitiveness come to the surface after offense gets in there. Okay, I already got another 30 seconds to try. After a couple of those resets, you start to see kids really dig in, protect the paint. Again, this is really good if you're a gap half-court team, and that's your emphasis to really keep teams out of the paint. All right, maybe you don't have the people to get out and deny as much. You want to play more gap and protect. The pack line kind of mentality. It's a great drill for that to reinforce keeping the ball out of the paint. So let's go for a little bit. 30 seconds. There we go. 7:45. Go ahead. Good. Good practice. Play it. Hold on. That was 18 seconds. All right. That was a tough 18 seconds defensively, wasn't it? Right? But a lot of good stuff happened. Okay? Good switch out here, because obviously you know the situation. If you get a handoff here and you don't switch it, they're probably getting in the lane. All right? So you can emphasize that if you want to switch handoffs. Great ball pressure. We had a situation, offense had a great seal. She was wide open in here, but great ball pressure, deflection on the ball. And you really start to see cranking up the competitiveness. And again, if you want to go 20 seconds, again, a lot of these kind of competitive drills you can modify. 30 seconds is a long time. Maybe you want to shorten it up to 20. I mean, that was 18 seconds, and they did a pretty good job. All right? 30 seconds is tough. Again, that's why we do it. We don't want things to be easy. We want things to be tough, so we go 30 seconds because it's hard. It's really hard to keep the team out of the paint for 30 seconds. They did 18. That was a pretty good job. All right? They did some really good defensive stuff to get the ball out of there for 18 seconds. All right? So that's just a no paint drill. Let's switch it around. Go back to offense. The last one on the list is the perfect possession. And this is one, you can build off of the no paint drill. Perfect possession is, we go 30 seconds. You can't allow a score, obviously. You can't allow an offensive rebound. Right? And really now, those two are absolutes. You can't give up a score, you can't give up an offensive rebound. Right? If you just want to stick with that, play for 30 seconds. If they don't give up one of those two things, that's fine. Otherwise, you can put in a lot of stuff to emphasize. If there's certain ways you want to defend a ball screen, you get a ball screen and it doesn't happen, you can reset the clock at 30. Say, you hedge ball screens hard and they set a ball screen and you don't see that, you just yell reset. Clock goes back to 30. Say there's a drive and the help side rotation isn't fast enough, you just yell reset, goes back to 30. All right? So they have to play for 30 seconds perfectly on defense. All right? However you determine as a coach, you define that for them. They have to play 30 seconds of perfect defense to get on offense. A couple of things we'll reward them for. If you take a charge, that automatically ends the possession, you get to play offense. All right? Obviously, that's something we want to reinforce and reward. Is if kids take charges, you get to go on offense right away. It could be 5 seconds into the possession. If you take a charge, you're on offense. We might have a runoff for a steal or a deflection. All right? If you get a steal, you get a deflection. We'll run 3 seconds off the 30, kind of a reward for, again, you want to get kids deflecting the ball, getting their hands on the ball. If there's a shot or a defensive rebound or a steal before the 30, say it happens at 18 seconds, you just reset and you start from 18. Okay? So again, the defense has to play the full 30 seconds. Just because they force a shot and they get a defensive rebound, that doesn't end the possession. They still have to defend for the full 30 seconds. So if they take a shot 12 seconds in, defense gets a rebound, we just reset from that point, and they got to finish that time. All right? So let's just do score and offensive rebound for that. Okay? You can't give up a score. You can't give up an offensive rebound for 30 seconds, and then you get to play offense. All right? Go ahead. Good. Hold up. Reset it. So that was 13 seconds, so they still have 17 seconds to defend. All right, so we have 17 seconds to defend. Good. All right? And we would switch it around. That was 30 seconds. They didn't give up a score or an offensive rebound. White gets to play offense. All right? See if I missed anything. Hold on. So again, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Again, you can emphasize anything you want in there. All right? With younger kids, you might just say score, offensive rebound to start. Don't allow those two things. As you develop more defensively, you start working on things defensively. Say we want to front the post, and as we're going, they might not throw it in the post, but the kid sat behind the post. We'll just yell reset. Didn't get in front of the post. All right? Or we really, throw the ball over the corner. All over the corner. To say she stays here. Okay? We want her 2 feet in the lane in this situation. She stays out there. We'll just yell reset. Didn't get 2 feet in the lane on the help side. All right, so you start to emphasize anything you want defensively. All right, and I think obviously you got to be careful because you got to monitor as a coach. So if you have an assistant, that helps. But you really, as you start to build your defense, there's certain things you want to emphasize. You throw it into the drill, and I tell you what, you just keep yelling reset. They'll start doing the things you want them to do. Again, kids want to play offense, but we got to, earn the right to play offense by playing great defense. So if you start yelling reset because they didn't do this, reset because they didn't do that, they'll start doing those things. Okay, again, that's where I think where you build toughness and competitiveness is. It's not necessarily the kids you have. That helps. Some kids are just geared to be tougher, and we know that. But it's also what you emphasize and what you teach. All right, and that's what we try to do is to build toughness. Is we try to make drills competitive. All right, we try to have a score or a time component whenever possible. Even if it's a shooting drill. And when we do our 5-on-5 stuff, even if it's just a scrimmage, we keep score. Offense can score, obviously, but we also, we'll go +1 or 2 for an offensive rebound. We'll go -1 for a turnover. All right, so just build even more competitiveness into our scrimmage time by, emphasizing, rebounding is important. You give up an offensive rebound, the offense is going to get points for that. All right, and obviously taking care of the ball is important. So as we're scrimmaging and playing 5-on-5, if they turn it over, they lose points. All right, so you can have a really good shooting team lose games if they don't keep teams off the glass and they don't take care of the ball. All right, you might hit every shot in the scrimmage and lose. And I think that's important for kids to understand that, yeah, you hit every shot, that's great, but how often does that happen? All right, you didn't take care of the ball, you didn't keep them off the offensive glass, and you lost. Okay, so we do that too, is to build competitiveness. That's it. What do we have? 10 seconds. That's efficiency. What's up, ladies? Thank you very much.
A couple quick ones. One thing is, we're only going to take 2 minutes. If you have to, there's lemonade, water, and snack, please, but we're going to go very quickly. Also, if you want to grab a chair, because there's some padded chairs, feel free to take a chair anywhere you want before you go. So we're going to do 2 drawings here. One is for a Burgart's gift card. Also comes with a Clay Thompson poster. It's signed. And if you don't like the poster, you can't find somebody to make a kid's day. There's a lot of kids that love this guy now. But the other one, too, is you can sell it online. And the other one is the other one is athlete performance. So this is they do a team workout where they'll have, it's a 1-hour workout. It's actually strength and conditioning, and it's more agility and explosiveness. But what's really good about their programs, because I've gone there with a couple of girls from my team, is they're actually teaching the girls how they can do it at home, have these 7-10 minute workouts at home. So they do a really good job at that. It also comes with a 1-hour shooting session. And again, it's all about taking things away. They don't just put you through a bunch of drills and then send you away. They ask you to take a bunch of nuggets with you, so they try to hone in on 1 or 2 nuggets of information.
Bernie McCarthy.
And then another one.
Jeff Walkenhorst.
There you go.
Siblings. Comes to 1 and 2. Yeah, okay. Now, coaches, we're going to go and the CTs. All right, coaches, we're going to get going. So we don't run too far behind. All right. Our next speaker is David Ross from Cedar High School. Dave probably won't remember this. I actually met Dave. The first time I met Dave was on the phone when I was either recruiting one of his players who was going to put one in or trying to recruit one of his players to come play for my club. And we got into a big philosophical discussion on his philosophy on, you probably don't remember this, on parents that want to move the player up to play varsity and why his philosophy, and I really liked him. I like his philosophy. I see a lot of his games because I'm recruiting his kids because he did a great job of development. He's currently, in his last 3 years, my rating here, is 63 and 15 his past 3 years. This past season, I'm sure you've seen that his team had a great season and we're Division II state champion runner-up. He's in his 22nd season of coaching high school level, and 15th season at Cedarburg. Dave Ross.
Thanks, Coach Blackwell. Again, my name is Dave Ross. This is my 22nd season at the varsity level. And throughout the years, I think a really neat thing has happened because there's a number of you coaches out here that I've coached against for years. And you end up becoming friends. So you end up becoming friends with other coaches and rivals and competitors. You become friends with referees. You become friends with even the opposing team fans. So again, you build these relationships. And I think we're in this profession because we love basketball. We love talking about basketball. We think basketball. In fact, I was up at 5 o'clock and couldn't wait to start thinking about a coach's clinic. Again, the blood is starting to flow again. It's getting to be that season for us. What's really neat is, again, we have Coach Corey and Coach Matt from the North Shore here. We've been going at it for years. In fact, the last 6 years, I think Corey's won 3 conference titles. Matt won 2, and then I have 1. So I'm still learning from them. I'm watching how they were doing things today so I can stay up with them. Corey was a player at Nicolay, and I actually was coaching at Port Washington at the time, so I had that challenge going against such a wonderful player. And now, during the past, it's like 8 years, I've had that challenge of going against her as a coach. And Corey's one of those, she's such a nice person that even though she's beat up on me, when we were going to the state tournament this year, I actually called Corey to get some advice how to handle some situations, and she was very generous, and, I appreciate that friendship, that, we can go back and forth, and I hope all you guys develop that type of relationship with the coaches that are in your conference or whomever you go against, because it's very helpful to help one another out. And there's one more story about Corey I have, she doesn't know about, but when she was at Nicolay, she brought up a young group of freshmen. And that year was probably her only year that she was under 500. She was grooming her kids to get to that state tournament, which they ended up winning. And I remember that clearly because 4 years ago, I had that same challenge of bringing up knowing I probably wasn't going to win as much as maybe in the past. And I woke up and I sent the email out to my coaches. We were doing tryouts. It was 3:45 a.m. And I said, we need to go one more day for tryouts because I have a tough decision. My daughter and her friends were freshmen. So everybody's going to look at it that coach is only interested in his daughter and that freshman group coming up. And in that email, I said, look what Corey did at Nicolay. I think we need to follow that. That gut feeling. My coaches weren't necessarily agreeing with me. We went with it, and I'm very happy that we did because, again, last year was the furthest I have ever gone as a coach, and those players developed into taking second at state. So, again, looking at what Corey did helped me build my program. And then we have Coach Stubbe, who kind of wrecked some things for me because he brought in this high-octane offense. And they were shuffling in 5 players at a time. Well, I had created a drill to stop fast breaks because when I was coaching freshman basketball 24 years ago, when I was coaching, we were playing in a small gym, it was boys basketball at the time, we lost 118 to 78. 118 points, that was a long time ago. So I thought I was really smart and I could stop anyone, so I called it my homestead drill. So we used it for years until Matt wrecked it. He dropped in 98 points against us, I believe it was 2 years ago. Well, they hit 17 threes, and we're running all we did was just chase them around. Our girls were so tired that we canceled practice the next day. So I have a relationship with the coaches here, and I think we all learn from one another. And you really need to look at that as we're always learning. Even today I was learning things. Like I said, there's a couple of people out here that I coached against for years. Jason and Brian Hertz actually took over for me at Port Washington. I took 1 year off because my kids were young, and then the Cedarburg valve opened, and then the Cedarburg it all worked out. Well, anyway, what I want to do is let you know, why did I pick this subject? Why build from the bottom? Nobody, except a few of you that know me well, or playing against me, Corey, understands building from the bottom was when I started at Port Washington, my first 3 years, I had 7 wins and 56 losses, 0-42 in conference. Ouch. But as I was going on, I was working with the youth. And I was watching what was going on. I almost quit coaching. And actually I got some advice from another coach that gave me the confidence to keep going. So anyway, with that, now you can understand why I call it building, from the bottom. And then the second reason is this. When my daughters were young, not only was I coaching varsity, I started coaching kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. So that there's not any coaches that can't say, which they used to tell me is, well, you get the product at the end. No, I've been there with you, youth coaches, and I had to learn how to do some things differently. Number one, how many coaches in here coach youth basketball? Could you raise your hand so I get an idea? How many of you are teachers? Take a look. 1, 2, 2. Yeah, 2, 3. The reason I bring this up is because I'm a teacher at the high school level. I teach emotional behavioral disability kids, some hardcore kids, and also I got these little girls running around. I go, oh geez, what am I going to do? I don't know the language. I don't know anything. So what I did is I actually went to see how an elementary teacher teaches to those kids, so I could learn that. That was important. Just to watch someone, watch a teacher, how they play with the kids. Instead of us guys are like this, especially because most of you are probably dad coaches with their kids. I get that. You're invested with your kids. But I was like this. I'm watching, I'm like, oh, they're not going to start. Whoa, calm down. They're this big. Okay? They're not going to do it the way high school kids do it. So, building from the bottom again. 2 reasons. When I first started, we were at the bottom. As a high school coach, I brought myself down to the bottom to learn skills and drills that I want to show you a few things today. A long time ago, I went to a coach's clinic and heard 2 veteran coaches talking. I just was eavesdropping. And one said to the other, if I learn one thing today, it's worth the price I paid for the clinic. 1. So today, if I can give you one thing, I'll be happy if I'm helping you out. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to go through some drills. Now, these are going to be really, really elementary drills. But some of it might get you thinking of what you're doing in your practices and how you're training kids. So with that said, I brought in, I say this, my guinea pig, my daughter. My daughter is Kennedy. Kennedy, come on home. My daughter Kennedy's been on the varsity team for the past 2 years, and she's going to be a junior, so freshman and sophomore year. She was on the varsity, and over the years, ever since she was little, she's been doing a number of the drills. Again, they're my guinea pigs. My other daughter went to the University of Iowa this year. She was the first one to have to do all these things for me, because I can't do them. It's the way it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to start out with we need Kennedy. We get basketball. Okay, a lot of times when you're working with the little kids, you do stationary drills. You just get them warmed up by anything that you want. But what I do is we start moving on real fast. We go from stationary to on the move. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you like a little progression of what we do with our little ones. And not only do we do this drill with our young kids, we do it all the way through high school, and it's just a different change of pace. So Kennedy, go, let's start you here, sideline here. And the warm-up is simply, she's going to dribble all the way down. We'll just have to go to the white line down here. She's going to dribble with the right hand because it's a warm-up, elementary. She's going to dribble with the right hand. She gets down to this, the white line here. She's going to come to a stop, reverse pivot, come back with the right hand. Okay, go ahead, Kennedy. Okay, she comes down. Reverse, keep the dribble, just keep going. Okay, so we do that normally. We'll do that down and back, just get loose. Okay, then we go with the left hand. Okay, then we start introducing making a move. Okay, when I say making a move, it might be an in-out move, it might be a pullback, it might be a hesitation, it might be between your legs. So I let the kids know. Now, when did we start doing these drills? We can do them right away. You can start in kindergarten. Okay, is it going to be a mess? Absolutely. Okay? But we'll get into that a little bit later, is this. If these kids can do it at kindergarten, if I train them, let's say, and I brought them back, because the youth coaches would say, Coach, that isn't going to work. I said, well, that's your job. Make it work. That's our job. Based on that, we start introducing different moves. So Kennedy now is going to do, we show the kids how to do maybe stationary, just standing in and out move. So what I do is I say, we're going to make 2 moves as we go down the floor. One occurs maybe right here. The next one might occur here. She goes back, she does the reverse pivot and comes back. Okay, so in out, let's go 2 down and 2 back. Okay, go. She goes, okay, come back. Okay, so now we got in and out move going. Okay, then we do a hesitation, same thing. Okay, as you can see, and then we get to another one that's say between the legs. Now, what's going to happen is you get to, again, no thought, kids are going to be picking up their leg and they're going to do all these crazy things. That's okay. You just let it go for now. Okay, Kennedy goes between the legs. Okay. I think you got the idea that you can throw in anything you want with that. Okay, now, as the kids get older, the challenge changes. Now you guys out here. Well, I don't, all of you guys can come on up. You guys, yep, give me a basketball. What do you ball? Now we would do this one with right hand, and then we would do it with the left hand, everything that we're doing here. But now, as the kids get older, again, you start to challenge. And we will start doing this maybe 3rd grade. So, and is it going to be perfect? Absolutely not. Yeah, spread out so you guys have plenty of room. Now, I'm not sure how everybody looks at things. I make up a lot of stuff on my own, I don't know why. And somebody may disagree, but it works for me. And I started thinking about basketball, and I'm going, okay, I see these people making all these wonderful moves in a game with nobody really on them. I thought we were trying to make a move because I'm trying to get out of a bad situation or creating something better for myself. Versus just dribbling down the basketball. That's not doing anything to me. Okay, so we want to make moves to make them meaningful. But when do you make the move? You usually make that move to try to escape from something that might be right upon you. So, what you guys are going to do is you guys are going to dribble with your right hand. I want you to do that in-out move. Okay? Let's say you do one here, and you can do one pass here, go all the way down to the end line, reverse pivot, and 2 more moves. I want you to do it just down and back, and then I'm going to change it for 3rd graders. Right now you're in kindergarten. Okay, go. In out. In out. Bring it back, reverse pivot. Take the dribble, out. Okay, great. Looks good. Okay, younger kids, it works. Now, when you're trying to get away from somebody, and we just all saw what you did, everyone's like, yeah, I did it, I almost got away. I'm going, not good enough. Again, I could be wrong, but this is just me thinking. I'm going, after I made a move, there has to be a purpose. Again, the person's on me. So once I start that in-out move, that person's right here. If I don't take 2 power steps after that, the person's going to recover. I didn't get any benefit. So now when you do your in-out, now this is where you guys are older. You guys got to get your brains thinking. So when I go in-out and I make that move, my next 2 steps better be fast and powerful. I got to get by the person. It can't be the same speed. Okay? So now I want you guys to think, after you go in and out, the speed better be going. Otherwise, you haven't done it for any reason. Okay, go. Go! You guys hit it? Okay, so that's in and out. Okay, next one, same with the hesitation. Do the hesitation. After I drive back and do my hesitation, get both feet going really fast. You gotta change the way you do this, or you'll never blow by that person when you have the advantage. Okay, go. Hesitation, go. All right, so we do that, okay, with everything we do. Now, this is the one that's a little bit tricky. A meaningful move to me, again, what I'm thinking is, when would I go between the legs? I really never had to do it when I played. Okay, maybe I wasn't any good at it. But again, there has to be a reason why. And normally, the person's coming up like this upon you, and they're getting here, and you go between the legs. That would mean that you're in a stop position. But do we teach it that way? Or do we just have them come down, go between the legs, come down, go between? You're really, if the person's trying to steal it, you're freezing. And if they're right here. So both your feet are right here. You go between. There's the 1-2, you go by it. Otherwise, you should have went between your legs. I'm going with a person, so I should be able to stop. So you're coming on the floor, person gets right in front of me, they're trying to steal between the legs, 1-2. That's why you use between the legs. I don't know why you use it for any other reason. Okay, same thing. So now we practice. You have to come to a stop. Person's trying to steal. Go between the legs. First 2 steps, you go by. Okay, go. Come to a stop. I'll guarantee if I had a show of hands, most coaches are going, they didn't do it. I would agree. But they didn't practice doing it. Everybody has to come to a complete stop, otherwise why would you do it? Okay, so this is again our warm-up. Okay, so we do this, and I'm going to add one more thing. This time we'll do let's go hesitation again, except. Another thing is, when you come to a stop and you're going to do a reverse pivot, it's not your fault. Everybody always does this. All right, I got down to the other end. What are you doing? You can't make a move unless you're in a forward position. Otherwise, the defense recovers again. Okay, so you have to be low. So you have to get down, low, 1-2 again. After a move is a reverse pivot is another move. So you have to have quick feet again. And you have to be in a forward position. Okay? Otherwise, as Coach Stevens said, you're not, the ball security, you're too high. You're going to get trapped. Something bad is going to happen. So this time, let's go hesitation. But when you get down to the other side, get down low. Oh, by the way, I just learned this yesterday. If you're actually on your toes, your butt will get lower when the coaches watch you. Because the minute, if I go on my toes, I'm leaning forward, how do I counter it? Oh, I have to sit down more. So get on your toes on there, get low, quick feet, then make your 2 moves. Coming back, go. Okay, real good. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have everybody come over here. Now, again, coaches make other coaches better. And I'll be picking on my North Shore Conference coaches a few times here. Corey told me before, she gets her people up in your face. Thanks a lot. He's got this Nicolay team that's not going to lose to anybody, state champs. They are right up in our face. And I'm going, I don't have any point guards for, I don't know, it looks like in our program about 5 years. We're in trouble. Corey's going to have her kids get up in her face. We're going to panic. They're going to take it. So I said to myself, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? So anyway, I start looking like everyone. You go online, you start looking for toughness drills, and all of a sudden, that's it. I found something. Sean Miller, I stole something from him. So I decided when Kenny to come on out here, I'm going, okay, I am tired of Nicolay and other teams and then Germantown trapping us, and they're up in our face. We're not tough enough, and we don't have the skill. How am I going to teach my team? I can see in our program, we have a hole in our program. I am not going to have a point guard for 5 years, and I got to go against these guys. But I do have a 6'5" player that they don't have. Okay, so, but in order to get it to that 6'5" person, I got to be able to get it past here to get down there. So I got that problem. So I'm going, all right, I found this drill. So, again, I changed the drills a little bit. What we're going to do is Kennedy just throws the ball in the air. First thing, which Coach Stubbe loves, is when teams get the ball, they go like this. They're waving to their fans and everyone. You're going the wrong way. Why would you go sideline when they're going to trap you? That's me thinking. You guys might think something different. I'm going, we're not doing that anymore. Stubbe's already got 2 people on 1 because they can't even see the trap coming. Got that, man? So what we do is we take the ball, we got to get tougher, and we got to become confident. After she doesn't want, she'll come forward. She's going to come down here. You guys ever have it where your team now gets this far and you can't do what? You can't set up your offense against a really good team. And your players dribbling over here. Next thing you know is, I never saw anyone really start their offense over here. Not very often. If you do, I guess you practice it over there, and that's fine. Most people don't. So if I get Kennedy to attack once, get that person off. Then she comes down here. She's going hard like she's going to the basket. She's in attack mode. Where's the defender going? Back. And I was like, she stops. Good, now we can set up. What we normally do. But if you just go at the same speed all the time, then you're going to get in trouble. They're going to be, like Corey mentioned, they're going to jump the passing line. So we're going to have to attack that first defender. So Kennedy, you go ahead, and then we'll have all you guys can foul. We're going to go hard. Okay, footwork first. We go back to the middle with ripping across the top, and now we're going. Okay, go ahead. Go. There's the first one. Okay, go ahead. Keep going. Everyone just keep going. Rip across. Go. Kennedy, bring it back. Just keep going around. Good. Basketball now. Okay, so now what we do is 1-on-0. Now we go 1-on-1. Okay, and what you're going to do is make sure, I always tell this person here, do not get too close to start because you might be hitting the face. Because what are you doing? You're coming across. So you might want to back up just a hair. Now, remember, a lot of times you're going to put that pressure on. And I want you to still do the same thing. Stop once, go as hard as you can, stop again, and we'll see what happens to the determinant. Go ahead. You got to go after it, go after it, go after it. Stop. Just got to show you something. Right there when you stop, she created that much more room. That's what we're looking for. So that, and you're quick, I can tell. You're quick. And we still got, but they created that space. Okay, keep going. Let's go a couple more. Okay, so it's 1 on 1. Go ahead. Flip across hard. Flip space. Space. Flip. Go. Okay, now, high school coaches, maybe even 8th grade. If you want to get one of your better players in good shape, okay, now it's 1 on 2. Really hard to do. And then if you have a really, really good point guard, what happens is they go, well, not this court, it's too big, but they go down, back, down, back, 3 times, 3 or 4 times. When you're getting to play against some really, really tough teams, you got to get in really good shape, you got to be feeling that pressure. So this time, Kennedy's going to go against 2. She's got to figure out she's on her own now. Okay, but you guys got that up just a little bit to start. Otherwise, you're going to jump. Okay, ready? Okay, rip across. Okay, and start. Go. 1 against 2. Figure it out. Figure it out. Figure it out. Get out. Get out. Figure it out. That's it. Good. There's that pullback. Okay. Oh, you want to get out of there. Come on. All right, come on. Keep going. Make a shot. Oh, okay, good. All right. So what you can see is the challenge is on now. 1 against 2. All right. So again, that's a tough joke. We'll have a couple more. We'll just have you guys show it again. Okay. Go ahead. Good. One more group. Good try. Okay. All right. Next. Let's guys, get down there. Okay, now you have to remember, again, we're working with young kids, and then you can continue to add on to make it more challenging. Now, this drill that we just did, I just told you that we didn't have a point guard. The girl that played point guard 4 years ago, as a freshman, never played point guard in her life. The thing that she had was she never remembered her last turnover. That's a good thing for a point guard. Meaning we turned it over quite a few times. She didn't remember. I did. I said, yeah, we just have to keep working at this. Well, she ended up being the point guard at the state tournament. Never played point guard until her freshman year in high school. And we did this drill every single day with everybody. So, again, I believe in this drill. It worked for me. I don't have, again, sometimes you have to look at the makeup of your team. If you're lacking speed, this drill is going to help you. Okay, next, what I'd like to do is, let's see, Kennedy might come out here. One other girl, please come out here. I'll show you what we do next. I need one more volunteer. Kenny, why don't you come over here with the basketball? One ball. We need one ball this time. That's it. Andy, okay, he's going to help out. Okay, now, we get kids moving. Again, we got to challenge them at every age. I was doing this with my first graders. Oh, that was tough. Okay, so what happens is a number of the coaches have already talked about, okay, getting into a position of sweeping. Yes, a lot of the drills that we use, again, keep using that terminology. Kennedy's going to pass the ball, okay, over to Amy here. Okay, what we're going to do, this is a screen and roll, and it's just, again, it's just a little progression thing. Kennedy's going to make a pass across. Amy's going to catch the ball behind your toes. She's going to sweep, and then sweep back, okay, and then take the layup. Kennedy, after she throws it, she's going to step in case she has that basket cut if it's available. Okay, let's just say it's not. She comes in. By the time she gets it, she's going to sweep. You sweep. She rolls to the basket with you. Just a simple screen and roll. And for you, after you sweep, it should be one dribble from here to the layup. One. Go. Right-handed, guys. Okay, that's sweep, go. One dribble layup. Good. Okay, and we really look at even the young kids is to try to get it one. They're probably going to take two, but we're looking for one. And it's not easy for them. We focus on that. Okay, so then what we do is, come on back over here. That's our first one. Okay, the next one, okay, Amy's going to pass to Kennedy. You get a basket cut. It's still the sweep. Kennedy's going to come off. She sees, person sitting there. Take a step back and take the shot. Okay, or just take a jumper. Either one, step back or a jump shot. Okay, go ahead. And shot. Good. Okay, next, Kennedy's passing, so we take the shot off the screen road. The next one, we feed the screener. So Amy's going to get it. Kennedy's going to roll. She's going to see it. We just do a bounce pass. Okay, it's just progression. Okay, that's like that. And then the last one that we do is the slip screen. So Kennedy makes pass. Okay, she steps and she just cuts to the basket. The person makes an error, but you got to be able to see that. So the whole time, this person that's passing is watching the defender. So anytime you're playing, we always stress this. If I have the opportunity to cut in front of the person's face, I have a layup. So anytime I'm playing defense, and if Kennedy comes towards me, and she's able to cut in front of me, you got a layup. But you got to read that. And every now and then, it's there. Okay? So this time, again, it's just a slip screen. Kennedy passes across. There you go. She steps in. She goes right to the roof, and we have a layup. Okay, so again, it's a progression, and somebody might say, well, why would you do that with the little ones? Why not? Whatever you're going to show them anyway isn't going to be what you think it's going to be, so let's just get them going now. Okay, so again, okay, we did just, okay, let's just go through the whole thing one more time. Okay, again, we take the layup, big catch. Okay, sweep. Good, layup, get back there. We go real fast. We usually go in groups of like, well, 3 different groups here. Shot. Okay, go get it. Okay, get back in line. Okay, next. Good. And then one more. Good. Okay. And again, getting kids moving, getting kids to think differently, challenging them, even at a young age, it works. It takes a while, but it works. Now, the next thing we're going to do, and everybody will be in basketball, and then I'll show you guys first, is this. time ago when I was doing our Cedarburg Basketball Club youth coaches clinic, I had a group, probably about 10 people showed up, coaches, and that was fine, it was great. Okay, because it's my club. And I said, when you're in kindergarten, it's one dribble from the free throw line for layup. All the coaches going, not happening. And I go, oh yeah, it's one dribble. So they were really unsure of what I was talking about, so Kennedy was in kindergarten. I said, come on, Kennedy. She comes out here. She was this big. Uniforms down here. I said, honey, do one dribble for a layup so you can show one. So here she is, all going up now, and she takes, at that time, one dribble. She goes in for a layup. And again, when I coach said, well, coach, it's a little different. That's, your daughter can work with her. I go, that's a good point. You guys got some work to do. And believe it or not, a really interesting thing happened. I was at the Piggly Wiggly in Cedarburg months later, and one of the coaches came up to me. And he said, Coach, he goes, you know that drill, that one dribble layup, and you said about kindergarten? He goes, I got my girls working on, we worked on it every day. He goes, he smiled, he goes, they all can do it. I go, thank you. I said, boy, does that make me feel good. So now, where do we go from there? Okay, so if you're teaching really young kids, again, first, second grade, kindergarten, it's about the free throw line, one dribble layup. Okay, then what happens is we start moving out. And I think that happened about 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, we start getting down here. One dribble. Okay, one dribble, Kennedy. Okay. Yeah, you just push it on forward. Okay, you guys all get that, but we're going to challenge you guys in a minute. Now, here's the thing. Let's go back to the one dribble for the little ones. Kennedy, come here, basketball. I know I got my shoe in time. I'm probably going to fall. I'll go real slow. If you ever worked with kindergarten kids or first and second graders, here's what they do. You guys already know what's going to happen. They get the ball. And they chunk it up. Yeah, that's maybe kindergarten. So I started watching this, and I'm going, oh my God. Is their head up? No. They just want to make sure that they get that ball, they just happen to have a ball in their hand. So what do we really want them to do? We want them to be pushing the ball forward. And if you push the ball forward, your head starts going up instead of this. So I decided it's one dribble. So one dribble, their head's starting to lift, and they get in here and they miss it anyway. That's okay. But what are we doing? Instead of getting them left, right, left, right, left, don't forget all that. Let them run around and explore a little bit. Just know, it's one dribble. It's going to be a mess. They start to pick up on it. Okay, they start picking up on it. Okay, now, all you guys come on. So then what we do is, this course a little bit bigger, we start saying at 7th, 8th grade high school, okay, for you guys, now this is two dribbles in here. Right, anyone that has black uniform on here, white ones on the other side. Okay, Kennedy, you can just join any group. Here's the ball. Okay, and it's one dribble for layup. Go. One. Figure it out! 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 You need to figure the stuff! I guarantee you, if you worked on this, all of you will be able to do this in time. You're going no way. Well, it's just like the little kids. You'll figure it out. Trust me. So then what happens is, for our team, now you get 2 dribbles from half court. Okay, so let's go with half court. Now you get to this is pretty easy. 2 dribbles, you gotta get there. Go. 1, 2, there you go. Good job. So you got there. Go. That's a long set. Okay, hold up. Okay, now obviously these are challenging drills. And then what we do, we go back a little further, and it's 3 dribbles. Then we get back here, not quite full court, and we go 4 dribbles. Normally we say it's 4 to 5 dribbles. We're not going to do it. I'm just telling you, we do this. Now you're going to say, okay, some people would say, well, why? Because if you don't learn how to do it in that many dribbles, when it comes to the game, the defense catches up, and you're going to get a layup. So you got to practice it. This made my day. It wasn't, well, I should say my moment. State tournament. Finals, even though we lost, was this. All these years of practicing these drills. Again, this is my proud moment. My little daughter, Kennedy, steals the ball right over here. I'm right there. I'm going, oh my God, just made a layup after all these years. And it took her like, on a college play, it took like 4 dribbles from there. She beat the girl there. And she put it in. And I was just like, God, it worked. Yeah, but again, it really comes down to that if you don't practice this stuff, and you don't challenge the kids to push the ball forward, and you don't work on you guys stated before, wow, I had to take a big step, but that's what you're supposed to do. It's not supposed to be easy. It is tough. Especially if you're not as fast as the other person. Now you're powerful. You're building a lot of different things. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. What we're going to do next? Yeah, a couple more quick drills, and this is a good one, maybe for a little bit higher, 6, 7, 8, all the way through high school. Okay, how much is it? Shannon, come on over here, you're in Kennedy. You guys get too short. It's a very quick drill. I need 2 basketballs. Hey, Shannon, you're the rebounder. Well, we need 2. Okay, this drill here is, I do it for a couple of reasons. You're going to think that it's a crazy drill. I'll do it first. Okay, Kennedy, we call it rapid shooting. Okay, ready? Go. Okay. So just go. Okay, Shannon, your turn. Kennedy, you're the rebounder. Hey, the rebouner's got to be on top of it. I just kind of flip it up and they have to figure it out. They flip it up. Sometimes I go high. It's not always the perfect flip. Okay, go. Give it to her. Hurry, give it to her. Rapid shooting. So we might take 25 attempts. Okay, and then we go from that spot. Then we go to the middle, and then we go to the other side. Okay, you guys got it? That's rapid shooting. Why did I show you that? Again, 2 reasons. We get a lot of shots off, and you know how we tell you like certain things like when you do clinics and stuff like that, you talk about feet, balance, elbow, irons, follow through. Yeah, try that in the game once. Those stuff it gets blocked. You want to go through that progression? No. You got to learn how to catch the ball, be in position, and let go. Especially after the basket. In fact, it's not a bad thing, again, for even your outside shooters to be ready to shoot and shoot quickly. Okay? As I know, again, the German taught us, after dropping all those threes against us, they catch and shoot. But they practice that all the time. Okay? So that was, again, what we do for rapid shooting. Okay, next, what I want to show you, again, with little kids, Kennedy, why don't you come out here? If we can get 3 or 4 on that basket, and a couple more over here, get a seat here. Okay, now, again, working with little kids, this was, again, a part of the progression that we did. Okay, as we start up here with Kennedy as the basketball. Why don't you guys come over here so you can see it first and then you guys can do it with us. Okay. What's going to happen is Kennedy, we start up here, top of the peak. What she's going to do is she's going to get in that forward position here. Okay, get up on the toe. She's going to sweep. She's just going to come to a jump, stop, and shot. The defense decided it's going to sit back. Okay, so why would I attack when I have an open shot? So we work on these shots around here because, again, if you're going against a really good post player, and let's say Kennedy's coming after me, she decides, well, he's sitting back. If I just make a big mistake here, if this space is available, why would I come into me? Why would I just shoot it? I'm already open. So what she does is sweep. She sees me, well, don't, she stops. Just take a shot. Well, what happens is, over time, you get some pretty good shooters because this person's sitting back. But instead, here's what players see, especially when they're young. They see this gap. It's like when you're at recess. Oh, I should keep coming this way because it's there. No. In basketball, you're already open. Shoot it. Okay, so let's just take sweep, one dribble, jump stop, take a shot over there. Go ahead. Go ahead. Over here, we need some people. Some people can do it on that basket. Go ahead. Sweep. Okay, you guys got the idea. Good. Next. Okay, now, we talked about creating space off the dribble. Okay? And again, we do this in third grade. We start this. We do the same thing. We sweep. But now you see me here, and I can't get by this person for whatever reason. I don't know. But we decide, what we teach is, we call it keep it to the right, keep it to the left. You're going to sweep. You're coming right at me hard. Hop step to the right, take the shot, don't. But attack me first. There you go. Good shot. Good. Okay, as you can see, that was our keep it to the right, then we would sweep the other way, keep it to the left. Which I want one more quick one, a step back, and the reason I want to show you a step back is very similar to the keep it to the right, keep it to the left, except I'm going right after that person, I'm just going to step back and take that shot. Again, Kennedy's worked on this for years with me to create space because I didn't sit, she was always very small, going into the big people really big help. They feared that she was going to drive against her, so we just had her step back. Okay? So just do a step back. Exactly, step back and she shoots the free. We do this with all the kids at a young age. Thanks, guys, for
Okay, we are going to go right in time. We're going to go right to lunch. So you guys can let my team get their first leg and rest their stomachs. We'll be in a meeting down the hallway. It's your time on your walk from here to the union. Come up with a great question to ask the coaches. We're going to try to get our food quickly, sit down, and just have a informal Q&A, ask the questions, and see who wants to answer them. So, you can head down. Keep going. Yeah. You're on your own. You're not responsible. You're a Catholic Francis institution.
Is it working?
All right, Coach, let's get started. Stay on time. If you're at lunch, you got to meet Coach Kyle Reckless. Coach Reckless is starting to begin your 4th year at UW Milwaukee. I recommend definitely going to see them play. If you are fortunate for them to go to some practice, go watch their practice. They run unbelievable practices. I first met Coach Kyle. I think I told this to someone. She doesn't remember me, but I met her back when she was the last name was Black, and she was a great athlete at the University of Wisconsin. And she happened to meet a friend who was working in playing in my basketball club. And at the time, I was working actually for a company out of California. And I was hired as a scout to go scout Division I women's teams and do reports for other programs. So I would not ever scout Hanson, Wisconsin, but I would scout their opponents for other opponents. So that was my job before I came here. I got a chance to see her play, and she really stood out as a player to me. Didn't know her playing that well, but I just loved her presence on the floor. She was a smart foot on the floor. She was a leader. I just loved how she played. She stood up when everybody else, in my eyes, how she played. And if you go watch her team play, watch her on the sideline, watch her practice, because you see the same traits that she was before. Before community to be out, I put her I apologize. She has associates at Wisconsin, at Cleveland State, at Dayton, and I just know I apologize. Really excited to have her. She said she was willing to come and talk. I was so excited to have her come. So I'll leave it at that. So my team's going to warm up, so Triplets, 4-0. Thank you.
Hi. Well, my name is Kyle Recklitz, as he introduced me. That was a very nice introduction, too. Thanks, John. I'm the head coach for UWM. I'm going on my 4th season, and I can honestly say this will be our turn year. We finally have some amazing players in our system, not just on the basketball side, but character side as well, which is something that we really recruit to. One of the things that I did not get a chance to put in the packet, I am doing the 1-3-1 and the shooting drills, is my contact information. I'm very big on sharing and learning and putting myself out there. So I want to make sure I give you guys my email address and my cell phone number in case you have any questions. And as he said, my practices are always open for anybody that wants to come in and learn. You're more than welcome to come to my practices. You're also welcome to come to our games. I can always get you guys free tickets. So we're kind of just open to you. So please use that. My email address is RECHLICK. So RECHLICK at uwm.edu. And then my cell number is 414-208-7607. Feel free to shoot me a text, shoot me an email, call me, whatever you need to do. I might not call you right back. I do have a 10-year-old and a husband, so I too myself have to separate my work life from my family life at times and be a mom, be a wife. At times, it's very rare, but there are times that I do it. And so I'm going to actually start with a few tidbits before we get going. I am going to start with the 1-3-1. I promised them I would move into the really fun stuff, the shooting stuff at the end. So I want to hold my word to them. But one of the things I want to start talking about is something that's on the top of the shooting page, and that is language, communicating with your players, language with your teams. And I know there's a lot of youth coaches in here, so some of this won't apply to you. I think that most kids nowadays are getting cell phones, probably 6th grade, 7th grade, so some of you may still apply. And I have found that growing over the years, and I've been in Division I basketball now for 13 years, that the importance of communicating with your players is one of the most important things that you can learn as a coach. And our players nowadays do not communicate verbally very well. They do not communicate through email. They communicate through social media and through their phones. And so one resource that we use at Milwaukee is called GroupMe. It's an app that every single phone can get. And it's a way to have a team message board. So it's really, really fun. So if you have somebody that has an Android, somebody that has an iPhone, somebody that has, I don't even know what all the types of phones are because I'm not that well versed. But, there's a lot of different types of phones out there. It's a way for you to kind of manage your communication with your team. It's a way for you to provide motivational stuff to them. Just look it up, look up the app, and kind of play around with it, and it's something that I really think can benefit you. Another thing that we do is we have a Facebook page. I know how a lot of people have Facebook pages for their programs. We have a Facebook page directly for our team that only our team is allowed to view. So every one of our players is in there, and every one of our coaching staff members. And we use it in a way to do fun, kind of a way that we talk to each other fun-wise, and we also do a lot of competition stuff through there. So, for instance, during the summer or during the off times, We give them a lot of the shooting drills that you guys have on your sheets that I provided to you. And they can post their scores on that board. They talk a lot of trash to one another. They post videos. The coaches are involved. So it gives them a way to see that kind of fun side of you. I put, like, there was a picture of, there was a video of these kids running sprints. And there was this kid who was not in very good shape that only ran about halfway, and then he kind of turned around when the group was coming back and ran back. And I said, this doesn't want to be you. You don't want to be this person on the first day of conditioning. So get to running. Little things like that you can post. They can see your silly side. I think a lot of times the players need that. We talked in there about how do we get these players at this age to really want to stay, especially when their role maybe not, the star of the program. You get them to stay by feeling that they are part of something. And that is a really good way to do it. And so if any of you contact me and want to see what that looks like, I have no problem adding you to the page. So you can scan through it for a brief period of time, and then I will take you off before we continue to move on that. So again, just giving you guys ideas on how to kind of consistently communicate with your players. Consistent communication. Okay, so moving into the defensive side of things. How ready are you guys? Good. All right, so stand up. We're going to go 3 lines. Give me a line here, a line here, and a line here, and then spread out. All right, we're going to work on that. So you're facing me. So you guys are this way facing me. So you guys are this way facing me. We're going to pick it up. Oh, no, let's spread out. You're all on the court. Yep, so I need somebody right here, somebody that's kind of behind you guys. Oh, you got it. What's your name? Janessa. Everybody follow Janessa, please. Step up a little bit. There we go. Make some space. There you go. All right, so we are going to talk about the 1-3-1, but we are going to talk about footwork stuff first. Because again, I'm a very detailed coach. I think it's extremely important that your players are consistent in what they do. I think if you are anytime you're teaching something, you want to go back to the basics. So we always start our practices off with footwork training, whether it's footwork training on the offensive side or footwork training on the defensive side. So our footwork training on the defensive side, one of the things that we're going to talk about now is how many of you guys will do like stance, foot fire, all that kind of stuff. I know a lot of people do that. When you see foot fire, you see active feet. So go stance, friend. Show me stance. What your stances look like. Good. See how they're down in their stance? Pretty good for the most part. I would say a lot of them, if you look at their body when they get into a stance, the first thing that they want to do is they want to get comfortable. So they start to spread their legs. And you'll start to see them do this. And now their legs are outside their frame. Right? So check yourself. So like right here, see how your legs are really start outside the frame? So bring your legs in. Good, now sit. That's a lot harder. Good. So constantly checking your players. Stand up. Good. So then I would say stance. Now, if I ask them to do foot fire, a lot of them will start doing this. Right? And they'll start kicking their feet. Stand up. You can stand up. That's not really foot fire. In a game of basketball, okay, if she ever picks up her foot when she's actively darting the ball, that gives me an advantage. So we really don't want to teach our players to have what we call active feet. We want to call shift our weight. So what we teach our players is when we get in these stances here, we're shifting. So I'm never picking up my feet. I'm just shifting from the balls of my feet. Now I can take a quick step. Now I can take a quick step. A lot of times when we teach this, you have to step down before you take your next step up. Okay? So we're going to go stance, and then we're going to call shift. Okay? So stance and then shift. Right? Stance, shift. Your feet should not be picking up. Okay, stand up again. And just take some time to learn. You're really kind of leaning from side to side very quickly. Just like this. And my feet were a little wide, so then I would correct it. Like this. I'm shifting. Try it again. Stance. Shift. Up. Good. And I usually have a whistle, so my players know this routine, so we go pretty quickly through it. All right, now you're going to take a step back. Good. And we're going to work on the actual close-up. So a lot of people, how many people teach hand up on close-up? Some. What do other people teach? 2 hands up. Okay. So a lot of people teach 2 hands up. Okay. We teach it differently in Milwaukee. Again, everybody's systems are different, so I'm not saying you should go home and reboot your whole how do you teach your programs. Because like I said, everybody's different. But just giving you a new way, we teach hand in. We don't teach hand up. I worked for a coach at the University of Dayton. His name was Jim Jamer. For the longest time when I was there, we taught hand up. And what we found was we were getting beat a lot with the dribble because a lot of times when you put your hand up, your hips go up. And so now you're up. And your first movement to make a step means hips down and then step. So you're a little bit slower. So we teach hand in the pocket. So a lot of times when we do our closeouts, we're coming in, we're chopping up, and our hand is directly in their pocket. Like it's almost like right at their face. So they can't bring the ball up. And then we mirror the ball technique. So you mirror while shifting your weight. So we're here, boom, and then if somebody's moving, we're shifting. We're shifting, never picking up our feet, just kind of shifting, mirroring the ball high and low. So we're going to close out. You guys are going to take 2 steps forward, 2 hard steps forward, and you're going to close out with the hand in, not up. So you're going to get to here, and then you're staying in stance, and you're just going to shift, and then kind of move your hands. Okay? Ready? Close out. Shift. Good. Keep those feet on the ground. Put them on the ground. Okay. There you go. Good. Up. Good. Take a step back. I told you they're not going to like it at the beginning, but they might like it towards the end. Good. Let's try one more time. Close up. Shift. Good. Up. Now, last thing we're going to work on today, and we have a whole series, so it's a little bit longer than this, but is we're going to work on what we call engaging your hips. I talked a little bit about it when I was with you guys earlier, but something that we really rarely see coming into our level is this ability to turn and run. It's like a run slide. So you guys are actually going to take your steps up. We're going to start with just a run slide. And really, you're in your stance, again, you're here, and we teach a lot of kick step action. So, like if I want to take a step to the left, we actually kick, step, step. If I want to go this way, I kick, step, step. Okay? So a lot of people, well, our first step is a big step. But when you get beat after your 2 slides, so I'm here, the first thing girls do is this. They open their hips, and then they keep doing this, and then you see a lot of this, right? They start chesting out, they put their hips up, and their beat to the basket is like, or it's an ambulance, okay? So we teach the run step. So we're here, we may take our first step here, and then what we're working on is that karaoke step, that run step. So it's just a run step, and then a slide. And then you're going to go back. So you're going to take 2 slides, I'm going to demonstrate, and I will be winded because I'm not in coaching shape yet. We're only in week 2. All right, so I'm here. I'm going to kick step, so a big hard step with my left, like here, boom. See how I explode off that? Again, if your player's feet are too wide, this is a great way to measure it. If your feet are too wide, the step is going to be very small. Because you can't take a big step if you're here without going step, step. Okay, so I'll give you a big test if your feet are in. You're going to step, slide, run, step, slide, slide. Just like that. Stand up and walk back to your slide. You ready? We got this. I believe in you. Hold on, I'll place you. Stand, slide. Work in progress. Come back. Everybody do this for me real quick. Everybody get in your stance and just take this step over like this. But notice I'm not standing up. Just like that. You're going to move your hand like that too. Okay? Don't stand up. Good. Stay low. Good. Back to the start spot. Good. Now you're going to take a step with it. You're here. Okay? You're going to take that run step, and then you're just going to finish in the stance. Good? Come back, walk back, and do it again. Good. Go again. One more. Good. Now do it fast. Good. One more. Okay, so why is this important when I'm teaching the 1-3-1? Well, the 1-3-1, for as much as you can use this in your man principles, it's equally important to have run steps, slide steps, kick steps, how you're closing out in the 1-3-1 as well. Okay? So what we're going to do now that you've worked on that is the exact same thing. You're going to go do 2 slides. You're here. You're going to go slide, slide, run step, slide, slide. And then you're going to stop. You ready? Whoa. Eager. Stand. Slide. Good. You're up. Good. Now the last thing, what are we not doing? Communicating. Which is the number 1 thing on defense. Is give you a passive beginning so I can talk through you. But now you're going to talk. Okay? So when you're in your stance, you're just calling ball. Right? Then you're running, you're not really calling anything. Because you're not going to talk to somebody when they're driving. Or you could say, don't beat me. You could say that if you really want to. Or I got you. Okay? When you're cutting off. But then when you get back there and you cut them off again, now you're saying ball again. Okay? Try one more time. You ready? Stance. Whoa. Stand up. Whoa. Can we try over there? Thank you. Thank you. Can I have one of those balls? Thanks. All right, what are we going to talk about before you go on, everyone? Just one time. First is we're going to talk about dead, when somebody goes dead. And again, this is taught very differently. So let's say you're dribbling this way, and you're dribbling your defense. Just dribble, dribble, slowly, dribble. Okay, then pick up the ball. Now, what do we do when we go dead? Obviously, we call dead. Everybody knows that. I think even my 10-year-old knows that now. She calls dead. But what does this person do? 90% of the time, they do this. And they suck up, right? Suck up. And what does this lead to? What can lead to quite a few things. One is it could lead to you getting a steal. That's one option out of 3. Could lead to a foul, and it could lead to a step-through pass. She is giving her the space that she needs to then take a big step right around her to make a pass. So we play distance. Okay, this is important in the 1-3-1. So instead of getting tight, you're going to keep that 1 to 2 foot space. So she's going to dribble a couple times. She's going to pick it up. And now you're, yes. And even a tiny bit closer. Right out here, and she is going to be active to the point where if she swings her body this way, you are physically going to move your body this way. And as she swings it back, you're going to continue to move. Okay? So yes, you are just going to be crazy, and you're going to be kicking your legs. It's going to look just insane. Okay? So like if I'm you, I'll give you a little demonstration. So I'm here. Okay? Like that. Not getting in her space, making her make the bad pass for someone else to pick off. Alright? So that's dead. Let's see it once. Here we go. You're going to be the loudest one. Hit you for a reason. Nice. Stop. Good. It's not her skill. It's someone else's skill. The second part is putting her in a position where they're close to the sideline. It makes it a lot tougher for her to bounce it off of her leg. Because now she's in a position where she, as she starts to go like this, can move her foot, can put herself in a position to be able to get that skill. Okay, so that's the dead. So when we do our track and stuff like that, you'll see that we're not going to get what we call suckered up in our tracks. Give me... I'm digging 32. By the way, 32 is my number in college. Jane? Mika? All right. Mika's going to be the top of my 1-3-1. Who is your, on black, looking at the rest of your glasses, who is your, like, quickest, hustler, fighter? You're the fighter? Are you measuring that? How about you? You look like you'd be quick and tough. You're going to go right down there at the bottom. Yeah. We're going to talk about these 2 positions first, and then we're going to add the rest. Okay, so this is the top of your 1-3-1 right here. Okay? Somebody who's long, agile, somebody who can get from one place to the other very quickly. Also somebody who's a pretty good rebounder. Okay? So we are going to rebound from the top, unlike some school. Give me 5 wide out. Give me 1 right here with the ball. Yeah, and then you can go wing, that's fine. Corner, and then high post. Switch sides for me. Over this side. Yeah, and you guys just back up. No sitting up, because you're going to give me 2 seconds. Alright, so, my top. Our first responsibility is to get the ball off of the middle. So you've got a really good point guard. She cannot just sit back, because it's going to kill your offense if she can get here, because your warrior, who is number 11 right now, is sitting in the back and doesn't know where to go. And neither do your wings. Right now, both of your wings would be flooded up. So your first job is to get this ball off of the middle. And I don't really care what side some people play. So the weak side, it really doesn't matter because at the end of the day, she's going to have to pass. She's going to have nowhere to dribble to. Okay? So let's say you get up and you want to take a hit. Good. You want to force her that direction. Okay? You've got to force her off of one of the lane lines. Okay? So if she tries to cross you, try to cross her. Good. Stay high. Good. Just like that. Forcing her to cut back. Now dribble. As soon as she gets to this point, you're going to back up. Back. And you're going to play between the 2. Okay? And you're going to play big. Okay? Not as much stance. You can take little jumps every once in a while. You're just going to do really big. If your team is not willing to put their hands up, the drill that you can do, and this is what we do even in man-to-man, 5-on-5, is we make everyone on the baseline then hold their hands up for the whole drill. Because you choose not to put your hands up, then all of your teammates, so like you guys right now, put your hands up. And hold them up. Keep holding, okay? And tell me when it starts to hurt a little bit. Okay? After a while, you'll start seeing do this on the sideline, and they'll start watching the drill like this because their arms are burning so bad. Believe me, the next time they get on the floor, they will put their hands up. Okay, you put it down. I'm not going to do that. You have practice it. I'm going to be nice today. Okay, so her job is to play between the 2. If this pass goes over the top, she turns, and she plays over the 2. Good. She's right here. She's right here. If the pass goes to the corner, go back. Her first step is what? The run step. Good. Your first step is a run step. So you're going to engage your hips. You're going to run and you're going to sprint right in front of the high post. Good. On the pass. Good. And then she plays the high post. Don't worry about you in a second. So just stay there. Good. So that's your top. All right? If they have two guard front right off the bat, they can just kind of set themselves in the middle. We'll talk more about the top once I add in people, but the top has a really big role because when those shots come from the corner, which happens a lot, okay, your first job is to check the high post on the box shot. Boom, shoot it. And then your job is to pursue, okay? So yes, you're going to check, box, and then you're going to come right here and you're going to be flying in either direction, okay, to get the rebound. So that's your rebounding job. Okay, your bottom person has got to be quick. They have got to be tough. There are people, if you want to test them out, you can throw these balls and see if they're willing to die for them. Because usually there's going to be another post in here maybe. Put the ball number 5. And spread back because you wouldn't actually be able to get to that point if there was a wing. So back up a little bit. Right now, she's got to wrestle with this post player. Sitting on the top leg, being able to get to the corner. And our level, this is usually a 6'3" kid. 6'4" kid, and we have had kids that have played this spot that have been 5'2". So don't sit here and tell me your teams are too small. Because if you have the right mentality of a person to play that spot, they can. Because as the pass goes up, you do not jump. This is key. I'll get really small. Okay, so say I'm like a 4'10" girl, and I'm playing right here against my 5'8", the 5'8" post player. When that lob pass goes, sitting in the back and after a lob, I'm not jumping. I'm backing up. Now, as soon as she releases, you have to release, but a lot of times they're going to hold. Okay? You turn on the pass, you turn into this on a tip. It's a very easy movement to teach your point guard. Because they're quick, they can release. So she's here, I turn, and I'm putting my hand and leaning on the post player. Okay? If I lean like this and try to jump, I'm going to lose every single time. Okay? So it's a turn and run. Warriors have to take the corners. Run this one. Oh, go back to that. Go back. Run this one. Oh, yeah. You pass the corner, and this is your job. Or no. That's it. Okay. Yep. But you're going on a certain way. The one way they can kill a 1-through-1 is if you can beat the baseline. So if she runs like this, she drives baseline, you might as well just run back it and start trying to get a leak out on offense. Okay? Just send somebody long. Easy layup, you've matched it. You've got to stop baseline. So your movement is on the pass. So the ball's going to be there. As you start to see her even looking in that direction, you're going to come out low. Good. Oh, no, now you're going to square. Good. You're going to square, just making sure she can't drive baseline. Okay? That's your warrior position. Hardest part for a warrior is to go from here, hop up to the corner, sit, and a quick pass to the corner. Because where do you have to be? Yeah, but there you go. So try that again. Go from here. Oh, yeah. Go. Got it. Good. So they've got to be able to move from spot to spot. All right, let's see. I'm going to go with 20. I'm 30. You're going to be my wings, and you're going to be my center. I'm going to add the middle of the defense in now. We're going to talk about the center first, okay? Center responsibility is to stay between the ball. Always. Stay between the ball. So if the ball is with number 5 right now, your responsibility is between the ball. You are not guarding the high post. This is where people get caught a lot in 1-through-1s, is they sit in like this and they guard the high post. That's not your job. Your job is to be really big and to get a hand in that lane. Okay? So even if she tries to post you here, you're going to actually take a step in front of her. So I'll do it for you real quick. That way you have it done. So I'm here. Come and try to hold it. You can keep trying. Good. Now, if she starts to get popped out really, really loud, let her go. Because she's not really, she's fine. So you can guard her. So she'll go back and stop. All right, and you are playing here, you're playing. If the ball goes down, where do you go? Down. Absolutely. If there's a low post, okay, you're actually going
Try to put your bigger wing on the left side. Most offenses go right to the right. Majority, I'm telling you, you can watch studied a ton of film, even at the college level, most offenses are right to the right side of the floor. So a lot of shots are taken with the right, so that puts your bigger guard in position to rebound. Okay? So the ball is on this side. Okay, so she's going to be here cutting off the side. Very active. Okay, my top will be up here, and my center will be actually here. Her job is to now take away the weak side pass off the block. Good. She doesn't want to be on the inside, because again, it's a skip pass, she's got to be able to get out. So she's on the outside. Again, wrestling with this. Being very active, hand up, aim for the pass, try to go. Like some of you are trying to steal. Good. You would then off the pass, shoot over the top, lean on her, and don't jump. Man, you're not going to jump. You're going to lean and you're going to go with her on the tip. Well, that second one is not, but not for very long. So let's see that action sit. Come on close. You may want to shift. Come back. Oh, yeah. Good. So you're sitting on that post. You're there, you're active, and you just take that off the corner, and when the pass goes here, what do? Yes! Boom, the ball. Yeah, you run and sprint. You can run that sprint. So she's here, and again, just for the run steps come into play. She's here, ball goes, turn, run, and I'm in that block. I'm on that page. Okay? So there's your run step. Everybody stand up. Alright, so the ball is here. You are playing between this line. And now here's the dribble. Okay? So you want to constantly shoulder check. Yep, good. Shoulder check, shoulder check. So you're, yep, and if there's no post, you can start to slide out. Good. Don't turn your body. Towards the ball. Pass goes to the corner. She's taking a baseline side, and you are actually just going to turn and play right here. We're going to talk about driving in a second. Good, good, sit. Exactly right. Pass it to the corner. Good. Good. Now come back to the top. We're going to talk about drives now. Last thing we're going to talk about, and again, I went and I got this from Michigan. The guy who used to run it at Michigan men, a long time ago. He's now in Florida, and I went and sat in on 2 of his practices, did some video sessions with him. So, and I have some videos. So if anybody wants to, is really serious about the run through, and I won't take much more time this week, I want to get some shooting drills in. Please feel free to come. I'll do a sit down with you for as long as it takes. You want a half a day? I'll take a half a day. So I can teach this to you. I think at the high school level, it can be very, very valuable, the 1-3-1, because a lot of times people don't know how to create situations like this, and it forces them to take passes from pocket shots. So again, if I say pocket, a lot of times it's square shots. So I'm passing here, and now she has to square her shoulders back, versus a lot of times when people get deep, very different. If I'm getting here and making a pass, and now she doesn't have to square up. Her percentage is going to get a lot higher. So in the 1-3-1, your percentages on the 3-point line drop considerably because it's a lot of shoulder squares. Let's talk about the drive though, okay? So if she's up here, if she starts to drive right at you, you have to step up and defend her. Okay, so if you see her just driving the sideline, you're going to come up, and you're really going to defend her off until she takes this back up dribble, and then you're going to back up. So it's like cat and mouse game, okay? She's going to drive here, you're going to come up hard. When she starts to back up, you're going to also back up, okay? If she drives at you, it's the exact same concept. You can't let her just get to this point. Because now she thinks I've got to drop, she thinks I've got to come out, and you're putting your warrior in a really bad position, okay? So you've got to defend her. If she drives in the middle, this is where you come to play and you've got to really communicate. It's called a melt. Melt. Okay? So you two are going to start coming together with a funnel. You're going to kind of funnel her into your center. You really want this to happen. I know a lot of people think it's scary to penetrate the middle of the zone. But the honest truth is, this is a really good thing for you if you can get good at it. When she gets right towards the 3-point line, you are going to step up and you're going to yell, melt. Like, loud. Okay? Here, melt! That's exactly like that again. So melt. Okay, melt! Okay, really loud. And you have to be ready to defend. So a lot of times when we first practice this, our host would go, melt! And then she explained at least the basics of it. I put a lot of drills in the bottom stuff. Yeah.
This strap over there at all, up top?
We will sometimes, especially at a timeout, or we have a call for it. So we've been in our, passing lane version. We call that goal sometimes. So if we're playing that aspect and we want to go to a red, which means strap hard, it'll be like on our players will know it. It'll either have been a free throw situation, because if they're not on the same page, it puts you in a really bad position. The way it looks is just like most 1-3-1. Here you go. So we're going to be in what we call red. You're already going to take a half step up. And so are you a little bit on the back side. Yep, so you're going to just come up a little bit more. And as she starts to dribble here, it's an immediate trap. Deny. Good. And again, we don't get tight, too tight on our traps. Okay, because now she can dribble right around you. So make her have to play within this area. As soon as she picks it up, we don't even suck her into it. We just get, did you pick it up already? Yeah. Okay, now you can, if she has the ball up, you can put your hands up. You just don't want to step into her space. I don't want you to like this. This is what traps look like. I see it all the time, even with my girls. They just get suckered up, and then they just bounce it off somebody's leg or step around them and make a pass. All right, so try it. You don't have to pick up your feet. You see something. You do whatever you need to do. All right, so that, what could she have done? Tony, what could you have done? And how? Run step. Okay, again, you saw her, she started to do this, and then she opened her hips up. So same situation, come back. You're getting attacked up this sideline, you're not sure you can get cut. Run step, run ahead of her, and cut. Good, right there. She's still running on the side. Or you can switch places. Sometimes that works too. So if you're running behind, you're up here, you're getting hipped up. Now you run ahead, and you cut off the sideline, we're still in our track. Yep, and then it's all denied on that. Any other questions? Yeah. You can do a full court version. You're probably going to want to switch your warrior out to a strong side and make it a 1-2-2. Okay, so it's the same type of version, only switching your warrior and your weak side wing into the bottom 2 spots. It's the same coverage though. So if you think about where your coverage would be at, you would just switch your coverage into the 1-2-2.
What's your profile when you go for a base one?
So which person? So it's an immediate normal closeout. So you're going to close out into a hip step on the side. I'm actually helping you. Okay, so as she's coming on the out, I'm closing out the shot first, and then I'm stepping. So I don't know if you can see it. So I'm closing here,
She's taken thousands and thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of shots, if I'm guessing right, going left, right. Rarely does she practice going right, left. So I'm going to stay consistent with that. So if she's coming out of this screen here, she's going to step in with her left foot and go left, right. So we teach left, right with everything, or right, left with their left-hand shooting. So the first drill we're going to do is actually a build-up drill. I'm not going to take you through all the drills on your sheet because I also think that if you're here, you're very comfortable at reading things and being able to put them into action. We do a lot of those drills, those individual shooting drills, like the Ray Allen drill, the backcourt conditioner, all the stuff that's listed on there. My daughter is 10 and plays for, like I said, plays for my husband. And at the end of their basketball season last year, the 4th grade season, my husband and I bought each player on the team from the dollar store. It cost us $12, maybe a few change. I can't remember the exact. Maybe $12.64, and we bought them all a little journal, shooting journal. And we put a quote on the inside of it, and then we did one day where we had all the parents come in with their kids, and we taught them these shooting drills and how to record it in their books. And then sometimes they'll come to weekends and they'll show us, oh, I got to spot 5 on the Ray Allen drill. Well, next time try to get spot 6. And next time so we would try to incorporate those drills so that they could continue to use those. So we do a lot. We did that with the youth program, and those drills that are in there we use with our college kids and the youth program. You can use them at every single level. If you have any questions on them, please call. I am going to show you the first 2 though, and then I'm going to show you a couple team drills because I think the team drills are as much important as your ground as well. So you're actually going to start right in the basket, right here. And you're going to put it up in your right hand, and you're just going to work on pushing through your back. Okay, so just like that. Good. So this is called the shot build-up. We do this with our college team every single day. You can have 3 people going at the same time on one basket.
hold your hands up. You didn't hold your hands up again. Please hold your hands up. I don't want to tell you a third time. So, for instance, she did. You got her hands. You guys are partners, or you can say, that's not good enough for me if I want to be successful. Your team will only be good as your players challenge themselves to be. They will only be as good as they challenge themselves to be. So, if she drops her hand and she thinks, that's not good enough for me, she's going to drop down and give herself 5 push-ups. Now, as a coach, when I'm walking around and maybe I was sitting and watching her, and I noticed she dropped her hand, I don't have to say anything to her. I know she has it, because I just watched her drop and give herself do it again. We're going to get right, and if it takes up the 20 minutes of my practice to get this drill right, I know the next time we step on the court to do the drill, it's going to be great, because we're going to have the details of it down. And then, move your lines back. Give me one more. So I'm slow. Kind of about 4 lines, 4 lines. You guys are going to be going this direction. Your line's going to be going this way. We teach a variety of finishes. Back up. You're starting that court. We teach a variety of finishes at Milwaukee around the basket. It is important for your players to step outside of who they are and try new things, especially in practice settings. Doesn't mean they're always going to use them. So what we do is we call it the daily dozen. So you're taking 6 layups on one side, 6 layups on the other, and that adds up to 12. 6 plus 6 is 12. My daughter is starting these now. She's 10. So again, youth programs, it's not a bad thing to try. When she does her extension layup, the ball goes high off the backboard and usually lands close to the free throw line right now. So she doesn't have the finger roll aspect of it done, but she's really working on the mechanics of it. I would say probably in another 2 to 3 weeks, she probably will start making that shot. We'll move on to another one, okay? So the daily dozen, what we work on is the first one is the extension layup, and we talk to them about when you would use each layup, okay? So the first one, an extension layup, you guys would use that as when you're chasing. Okay, so let's say you've driven up hard, and I'm on your back, and you get me on an edge, so I'm behind you. You want to use that extension layup so I can't come and block your shot. Good, just like that. Okay, so we teach on the extension layup, you are taking off from right out here and really stepping out. Challenge yourself. Do not take off from that paint. I do not care if you can miss it right now, okay? That's not what it's about, okay? So extension, go. Outside the paint. Right there, come on. Sometimes do the pullback re-attack. We will also do the runners, the last one we do. Oh, short bank again. So you're driving hard to the block, avoiding the charge, and taking a short bank shot. Go. Right at the block. Right at the block. The Euro step. So this is one, again, my fifth graders are starting to work on it. I understand they're young, but it's fun for them to try new things. And I'll show her like really fun videos to keep her interested. Like if you go Google Eurostep, you can see like NBA players doing it in games. And then they just like, so you have your iPad at practice and you're like, this is what we're gonna try. And they'll get super pumped because it's like, oh man, Stephen Curry did that, I want to try it. And they're gonna look ridiculous when they do it at first, but I'm telling you, they will pick it up quickly. You can, again, I say it to my players all the time, challenge them to the best that they want themselves to be. If you limit where they're at, then that's how good they will be. So just give them new challenges. Okay, so Euro set, so you'll go right. So here, and again, once you go dribble out, boom, up the basket. Yeah, that's great. So, and really working on that third base, working on those shoulder shifts. You're going around the defense and then up to the river. Go. Nice. Give us some white defense. will send you a drill. May take me a day, but I will get it. I will write it out for you. I'll make sure you have it. Like I said, I'm very big on learning. I've had a lot of mentors in my life that I know I can call on a dime and get something from them. And so please feel free to use me as much as possible. I really want the youth to continue to build, to continue to get better, and continue to have fun playing the game of basketball. So thank you. I also want to give you guys, let's all give them a round of applause for coming out today. We don't get better as a game of basketball without those people that volunteer their time and their energy. And I know it's a lot from you guys. I know a lot of you guys probably have kids, and you're probably sitting here away from your families today, like I am. I'm missing a soccer game and a volleyball tournament to be here, but it's so important to build your skills and to build our game of basketball, because again, it's our game. It's all of us sitting in this room that makes our sport that good. So thank you guys for coming out as well.
So we have two giveaways. We'll do the first name here.
David Schwanecker.
So the first thing we're giving away is, again, this is athlete performance, 1 hour workout for explosive agility and strength. Also, Bergard gift certificate.
Nice job.
I might have one or two more. We're going to a drawing. We might still do one more drawing. I might have one more if anyone's interested.
David Beck.
So this is a shot track device. So this is a device that goes on the net. It actually comes with a Bluetooth device that goes either in a wristband or in a shooting sleeve. We use this in our shooting, so we do some shooting clinics ourselves. We use this all the time. It works pretty flawless. It has a coach's app, so you can create your own drills. You can actually copy drills and make modifications. But also it has a player app, so you can create all the drills, send it to them. So, and actually we're coming out with a team tracker, which will allow everyone on your team to have the device, even though you only have 2 net readers.
I may have to. I'm getting ideas right here.
And let me know if you have any questions about that. Last thing was a sign poster.
Audrey Allen.
Well, she's not here. Yeah, let's do that. She's not here to know.
Well, things are good. Let's go. Jill Markin. Hey. We got you
So, John's going to go right away.
Yeah, we go right away. Let me get out of here.
If you guys want to walk to grab something, come back here.
Thank you.
So there's cookies.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to ask walk out when I get up. Give you the one.
All right, I'm going to start. I'm going to get you guys out here today. So, I want to thank Coach Kyle again. When I first talked to Coach Kyle, she actually had a really big recruit visit this weekend planned, and she changed some things to come here. So I really appreciate her coming here. So, I mean, recruiting for lifeblood, so I'm going to make that sacrifice a bit. Last year, I'm going to keep it short, hopefully. Last year, when our team lost in the second round at the national tournament, I always try to talk to our team about not letting one game define your season, move on, and I still haven't walked that talk yet. That lost probably about more than any loss since I've been here. And we're 20-5 and ranked 5th in the country. And so I went through a little pity party. Like people my age have midlife crisis. I went through a big coaching crisis. And okay, we got to change everything I'm doing as a coach because we lost that game. So it was weird thoughts go out. Instead, I got smart. So I have a good team and they're good young ladies and high character, and we're playing pretty well. So let's not freak out about one loss. I'm still trying to get over that. But I've had to reevaluate everything I do as a coach. I've been coming to coaching clinics like this for 26 years since I started here. I have buckets of information. So I'm just looking at everything we do from offense, defense, how we run a drill, just everything, and seeing if we can make some changes. I tried to identify what are the major improvement areas we have for our program this year. And the 3 that I came up with, the team hasn't heard this yet, is we just don't commit to run. I wish we would commit to run more. We don't run enough, commit to run. We struggle to finish around the rim, and a lot of coaches can say that. And we do a pretty good job of this, but we need to get better at making decisions, game speed within the chaos of the game. And we can't just perfectly do things in practice, and all of a sudden you don't know what their team is doing. It's chaotic, and people panic. And so those are the 3 improvement areas I've been trying to focus on. Because again, it's committing to running. We don't talk about what we're going to run this year. We don't really commit to it. Finishing on the rim, whether it's advantage, numerical advantage, or bigs inside. And just making good decisions on the fly. So those are my 3 things we're working on. So I try to look at everything we do in practice. Maybe the way we practice is wrong. We would change some things. And so some of my pet peeves in practice, some of you guys might experience is, you set up a drill and you say, we need to go game speed. Okay? You go game speed, and then they kind of go with their speed. That we're going to go fast enough, we're going to go our layups, that kind of stuff, and watching, like, we're never game speed. I want to avoid, and again, I love my team, this really happens, but I want to avoid or prevent having that checked out play on practice where they're getting bored in the year. They're college-age athletes, so they're coming in with a lot of things on their plate. They're pretty motivated in the classroom, so they're dedicated with 3.5, 2 GPA as a team. And so they're focused on their school. I mean, they have like issues. They're coming here. I can tell they're coming here and they're distracted. They just don't want to practice. I can see it. So I want to try to avoid that. That's number 2. And then the last peeve and maybe experiences is we do drills, and then where's the transfer when we go out? Did you experience that? Where's that transfer? We teach our post players that we have post moves, and we go put a defender on the floor, and we haven't seen a post move yet in a month, that kind of stuff. So I'm not picking on the post, but that transfer from doing a drill and then going live, and you just don't see it. So, what can we do? So I don't have any answers right now. We can maybe talk into the season and see if they work, but we need to change the order of what we do. I'm trying to avoid being the best team in the country at running 5-on-0 stuff and being the best All-American against cones and that kind of stuff. And, because it looks fun, it looks good. You're on dummy transition and it looks great. We want to be perfect as coaches, and then defense is on the floor. And things aren't, we lose control. And I hate losing control. So what we're going to try to do in practice here is, I hate to use the word fun, but the order of practice is going to change. I'm going to try to do less. I don't want to be labeled a non-drill guy and a non-fundamental guy. We're going to start practicing more competitive stuff and more fun drills. Because I want to eliminate the player that walks in checked out because a significant other is mad at them, or they're mad at a professor, or they just want to be here. We're going to have some fun and get their mind off things and compete in everything we do. We're going to do less work on offense against no defense. And basically, the biggest thing is what I'm going to talk about now is we're going to force more game level, game speed decisions. So these guys always have practiced a lot of drills. Almost every drill we're going to do, and it's no different than most teams. Almost every drill is going to have a consequence, a winner and a loser. We're going to stat something, mostly it's turnovers, have a winner and loser, and then have call penalties here, the consequences, and so we are emphasizing something. So that was my plan for today, is to show a bunch of the drills we did right at the beginning of practice. We're going to warm up, stretch, and go right into some competitive stuff instead of doing drills against no defense. And we'll come back and work on maybe some basics after that. So that's kind of my plan today. Again, March, you can all talk and you can tell me if you can ask me to take any of this help us this year. Let's have ladies, thank you for your attention today. You know, let's go on the baseline. Any other group you can all. Let's go on 2-on-1. So here's your third. Okay, so before I go into the drills, so a lot of what I do is, I heard a coach call it backflow stuff. I'm not sure the term you use, meaning I like to, so that our team is not going half speed or three-quarter speed or as fast as they think you do. We're going to have a lot of chasers from behind. So instead of doing we never do layups in practice. We do layups with chasers. We have some type of defense and something so that they're thinking about the speed. When I get to that, I'm going to back up. So we do a lot of 2-on-1 stuff. Let's turn around the base. Let's do 2-on-1. So I was going to talk about I gave them four 2-on-1 rules to consider. So the first one's a spacing rule. It should be about 3 feet outside the lane line. 3 feet outside the lane line. 3 feet outside the lane line. So as we get to the elbow, it should be about 1, 2, 3, right about there. So they're coming together and keep spacing. Obviously, we want spacing before you over that, so that Haley has more room she's got to cover. Second rule is we want to time the trail. This is one I think is, maybe it's not that big a deal. I think it's important. I never see it done. All those times where someone's throwing the ball and the defender's kicking the ball on a 2-on-1, I think the other person's not trailing. You got to trail and time it. So Nicole should be a step behind Amy. Once Nicole runs ahead of the ball and puts herself behind Haley, I think it's making it tough for the passer. So you want to time it so that Amy's making a decision I'm going to score, or I'm passing to my trailer across, not through the defender. Maybe it's a minor thing. So where are they on the floor? 6 inches difference can make a big thing. So we want to time the trail. The third one is my decision on who's going to shoot or pass. So we tell on any 2-on-1, I think girls more than boys overpass. They're always looking to pass off this. They're being robotic. They're not making a decision. So I'm trying to tell them, we try to tell them to step. Don't pass. We want to score. We want to score unless they put their entire body in your attack line to the rim. That's the third rule. And then the fourth rule is just make a decision. You can go under or over. So you got to go under the hands or over the hands. So the hands are up, go down. Hands are down, go up. So four quick rules. All right, now let's flip it. 4 people in quarter one. So let's go Haley and block and pull the ball. So first thing we'll do is close on the 3-point. You were here Thursday, right? There we go. All right. So very simple rule. So all we're going to do is I do many groups of 3s already. So it's a 2-on-1 drill. Nicole has the ball. She's going to be on defense. She's going to make a good pass to either one of her people in her group and just turn around and get back on defense. So you can work on teach your defensive philosophy. How you're going to teach 2-on-1. You're going to take a charge, fake, and recover, that kind of stuff. These guys are going to catch in this attack. And try to work on those 4 rules we just talked about. Once they leave, next year and come in, it's one shot and done. You get them off the court, and the next guy's go up. So that's it. So we want layups off this. We want to tap, do a layup, or pass to a layup. And they're going to rotate spots so we're in different spots every time. Go ahead. get home. So we do this a couple reps. We don't spend a lot of time, because I don't have a lot of drills with 3 people, and the whole team's staying on the baseline. Let's go if we can. Let's go group for 4s. Just give me 4s. And there we are. So I will put them in let them group themselves. I like different positions, so you're working on different speeds, different positions. You all got to work every position. First 4 out. 4 spots now. Same spot. 3 line, elbows, and belly go behind. And baseline. So toes in the 3 line, 1 foot on the block, belly is behind. Now we're going to add the back flow stuff, so that now the decisions are tougher. You got to decide, is it 2-on-1, or is there a back flow, and I got to make a decision and relax, and it becomes 2-on-2, and the rules all change. Now it becomes 2-on-2. You don't want that, you get that pass or that freaked out pass when you get rid of it right away, so when it's not open. So you got to decide, it's 2-on-2, keep your dribble alive, screen roll, draw and kick, whatever you want to teach them. I teach offense and defense, whatever your concepts are. I want to dive and post, space the floor, that kind of stuff. You got to make decisions. I mean, this is a decision drill more than a fast work drill. Go ahead. Wait. Okay. So I'm going faster. So rules are same rules, except for the person behind is going to wait until the first dribble, or if they want to get sneaky and dribble and pass to a teammate, it's the first pass. So if you get a time, just trails a little bit better so you get a trail. Go ahead. Okay, if they're being caught, they should jump stop before they're passing. Okay, go ahead. So there's no passing on the run. It's all jump stop. Okay, bring it back. Rotate spots every time, so you're all getting a turn every distance. We all get a chance to run each position. Let's do the Pepperdine drill. So we groups of 3s again. Let's have a person. Who's your first 3? Come on out. Every 3 come out. The rest of you guys are on the side. We're going to line 3 line extended, a line underneath. I'm sorry. Half court, 3 line. Okay. So this is our Pepperdine drill. Pepperdine. 1 versus 2, 2 versus 1 drill. And where's your 3? Nick, you're in the circle. And you're in the circle. You have a ball, please. One ball. Okay, so alignment. She's got her toes on the circle behind the 3-point line in the charge circle, or you don't have one on either end. So I'm just going to throw a ball to Amy. And he's going to try to score on Haley. Okay, Haley has to keep her feet on the free throw line, on the circle, until she gets in the circle. Okay, she can't move her feet. So you're kind of working with Amy on how do you attack a defender, reading, just like you do in the half court and the closeout. How do you make it turn her, attack her, score in the paint. Haley can be working on what we talked about earlier. The coach talked about how to push them out, not let them score in the paint. So we're working on offense and defense here. Well, we got to chase her on defense. Okay, so now we got to make a decision more game speed. So we come on the court. The I'll leave when she touches the ball, we're all going. Okay. When I go recruiting, I watch how players handle failures. I like watching failure. How do they react to failure? So, 1 second, 2 seconds, for some players it's 5 seconds that check out after a mistake before they get back on defense. So those people I'm checking out when I'm recruiting them, they check out when I'm recruiting them. There's all the players that can recover and get back in 1 second. What's that decision? They're going to pull it over eyes, or they're going to get back. So it's a 1-on-2 with a chaser. It's going to become 1-on-1 instead of a chaser. It becomes a 2-on-1 coming back. So you have to react and get back. Okay. Questions? You can clear it up. my team is I have a coach charging turnovers. There are consequences. That's it. A couple reps. Please quick. All right, so lady gets 1 on 2. Think on the court, panic. Keep your dribble alive. 1 on 2. No one to pass to. No one to bail you out. You got to keep your dribble alive and make a shot here. Okay, so again, you're re-emphasizing all your the 2-on-1 rules. We want that was 2 passing. That was got to take that shot up. That second pass, and then we're going to get there with trailers back one. So one more. So the real reason I like this drill is I like to see who's tough. I mean, right, we talk about, I think Coach Stu talked about toughness. Who can bust about 1 on 2 and then really turn and sprint back and try to make a play. So it's really a toughness drill. You go. All right, good job. Let's go 3 lines on the baseline over these. Let's go, tackle. First 3 coming out. Turn and face. So this is our basic drill. It's a 3v3 line touch drill. Whoever I throw the ball to is going to go touch. The defender facing is going to go touch the baseline. So again, we are a 3 on 2 now with the chaser. All right, so I hate 3 on 2 drills. I'm going to tell you, I don't like them. I go watch every other pregame and it becomes let's make 5 passes around the horn and goof around. And so I just judge me. I just say a lot of people more than I thought. But I just don't like 3 on 2. But it happens. So we work on a little 3 on 2. I'd rather work 2 on 1 than 3 on 2. We'll do a couple of drills before you go. My rules that I think are effective and help is I think it's the person that gets the first pass that screws up the 3 on 2. Because if the first pass, you're back up like that way, you're going this way. Like you're the 3 on 2. Jim passes to the wing. Where this person goes, the 6 inches left or right makes a big difference. Because, the picture, basic 3 on 2, right? The 2 on defense with your thought. You're going to teach the bad person to take it and you to drop. Some do the opposite. What happens a lot is I drop, this person runs to a dead area over here. Either they stay or they run to a bad angle. Okay? So the only thing I really want them to do is 2 things. I want the shooter, the passer, to drip the ball side a little bit more for a short pass back. I want Amy to think about running, putting her nose to the tip of the rim. I want her to think about running here. Okay? Hoping that shows at least part of get out here. I don't want anybody outside below the block. So that's a dead area, bad angle. You can't rebound. You get blocked out. The longer pass from her. So I'm going to think about what I'm trying to do is on that pass, and I'm on a full tilt sprint so that maybe once in a while I'll just pass, but most times I use deflect, but I actually want to pass back to Jen for a shot. But I want to be able to get myself here inside of her for offensive seal. Now I got inside of this person. I own everything up there on a miss. Whereas most times this wing kind of like keeps running on here. They get blocked out. They go over the back. They can't make that pass. And they're dropping into the steal. So if we do 3 on 2, I'm looking at 2 things. Drift and a tight sprint to the tip of the rim. All right. So we'll go 1 shot down there and stop. And we'll turn on the 1 deep. We'll combo pass from there. I got played out. 3 on 3. So you're going to keep whatever 3 on 3 rules you want. You want screen and roll. You want draw and kick. So draw and knee. In the left, already move after you get close to you. Pretty fast off. Good work. Do one more time. We'll move on. One more. Next two up. There you go. Watch your spacing. Yeah, no spacing. We'll go practice starts next week. Good. All right, so get ready. So, basic roll. Let's go white. Side forward, black, side forward. We'll do 2 on team, 2 on 1 for chaser. Go black. Yes. Yeah. Let's say about JB. Can you go black, please? We're missing 3 players. We have 1 at away, 1 just got out of the hospital, and 1 sitting in the sideline. Perfect. You have enough room? All right, so we're going to do basic 2 on 1. So who's going to go into 3 1? So can you defend it? All right, so we'll chart winners, losers, and turnovers on this drill, and we'll have consequences. Basically, we're going to go 2 on 1, working on our 2 on 1 rules. Whenever the ball crosses half court, the defender from their team can run in, touch the circle, hopefully defense will not. Again, 2 on, kind of redundant. 2 on 1 with a chaser. They might go to 2 on 2. You gotta make good decisions. What's thoughtful pet peeve? Passing and run, guys. Jump stop before you pass. Here we go. Let's keep it early. Go push it up. Push. You got it, push. One dribble later, baby. That's up. All right, Paul. Okay, that's our team chaser. We have a coach scoring and doing turnovers, and we're on the sideline doing sprints. Let's do the 2 next drill is the Green Bay 2 on 2 transition drill. So we set up so 2 on 2, 2 all into knee. You guys just set up. I can't explain it. They know it. They just set up first. So, most drills are like go on offense. Defense go to offense. This is the opposite. So you gotta play 2 on 2. And again, you decide what you want to do. Just play. Free play, screen and roll, whatever you want, draw and kick, that kind of stuff. So whatever happens here, it's 2 on 2 guys, right? Good? Yeah. So if you look at the line here, white team is going on offense. Offense is getting back on defense against a new offense. So whatever happens here, we're not inbounding. We're not inbounding on a mid-basket. But Haley and Nick have to get back on defense against 2 new players. Okay? So the defense is going to outlet, whether it's a make or a miss, to one of these 2 guys. The first pass cannot be passed at 10-foot volleyball line. So someone's going to come get it, catch it here, and then push ahead and try to score, and it keeps going. Okay? So So you'll see the ones that, this is where you'll see who's tough, who makes a mistake and how they handle their mistakes, because they got to go back on defense right away. So I like watching this drill and see how they handle failure. Okay, go ahead. Don't get face caught. Get back on knee. And hold. I can't do that fast. Any questions on that? Okay, so again, we're going to watch when you play and then minimize that time between possessions. About that kind of defense. All right, let's do the Nicolay one. Same thing with 3-on-3. So let's take one of you guys go on the baseline. One of you guys go on the baseline, please. We need 3. We may not have enough to have it. So Jen, can you win? Okay, so I need 3 whites on defense. And Monica over here. Okay, so let's call this Nicolay 3-on-3. Now from Coach Wolf's sister, Lindsay, who actually played for us here at Stretch and coached with us, and now is a coach at Raleigh. So we got Nicolay 3-on-3. Same rules, same concept. It's 3-on-3 now. And again, if you want to put in your own philosophy on offense and work on certain things on defense, offense, or let them free play, like I'm going to do right now, free play. But instead of 2-on-2, it's 3-on-3. The other difference is the first pass can be anywhere down the court. Mika on the baseline is not an inbounder. She is coming in to play. Okay, so the next 3 block going on, I'm sorry, thank you. Right? Okay. On this one, they have to inbound. So what's going to happen is you see the defense, if it's a score, the defense wants to grab it, and they can throw the ball to me coming in or down the court. Okay? If they get a steal, any change of position, defensive rebounder or steal, these guys can take up off the court. You guys can take off. There's no limit to where you make the first pass. All right, here we go. Take off. Hold there. Okay. So So again, you can turn that drill into whatever you want to work on that day. So we're going to a lot of other things. Normally, Coach Neely, we didn't introduce yet, is he's maybe the get back coach. I'll make him the get back coach for this drill. And he's working on people getting back. Are they talking, pointing? We're talking with the mouth and your fingers, that kind of stuff. And assigning, good time to assign little things to all your assistant coaches that you have. Great coaches like I do to help with the little things. So that's our Nicolay drill. Can you guys do black and white together? Come on up. I want to see you. And let's go. I'm done. So, you go here where we move. Okay, white. Put on there. Black. Yeah, half court. So you're working on your half court stuff. Maybe implement your motion coach, implement your motion stuff, pass and cut, or react and stuff. The way the game is usually played, so, and it keeps rotating. So then white is going to inbound on court against black, and then break the press against black, and then play against blue. And it keeps going. What I would recommend doing is putting time on the clock, playing for like 4 minutes, having a halftime. I like to assign each coach to a team because they can coach them and they're going to stat different things. And then at halftime, change the rotation. Otherwise, you always have the same teams going against the same team, same rotation. Okay? So you can pick whatever point system you want based on what is really important to you. So I have too many points, so it's confusing. But and again, this would be good against if you are a pressing team, or if your team that gets pressed a lot, or I put this in because we play one of the teams in our conference and employs the Grinnell system. And I'm embarrassed to admit this. My first year as the head coach, we played this team twice and we had 46 turnovers in one game. And we got better the next game, we had 44. So we're going to fix this. We fixed it. It's gotten better. So that's why I put this drill in. So the point system again, you get 3 points just for attempting to double team the ball, just for attempting it. So otherwise, players never want to do it. So you get 3 points just for attempting to encourage trapping. You get 2 points for a steal or causing a turnover. You get 1 point just for deflection or triple behind. We'll keep track of the actual scoring in offense. 1 point for an actual dive for a ball on the floor, not some Hollywood dive, fake dive with 2 points. You get 2 points just for attempting a charge, 5 if we actually call a charge. Whoever is reffing, like I'll take the 3 coaches and give them each a team, and I'll ref it, and I'll call fouls. You get -points for fouls because I'm afraid of all fouls. And if I feel that the team's not pressing, I take points away. So you can do whatever you want. It doesn't have to be these points. Against the really competitive, tough players, it's going to be a really drag-out, tough battle because they're all over each other because it's happening and running on us. So again, another toughness drill. You guys ready? So we haven't practiced, we don't know press right, we're just playing. So go ahead. That's you. Sorry, come on, play. Do a steal. That's 4-4. Get fresh after. Because it's good on too. Welcome to college ball. Number 14, part of the name. That's 3 points for a trap right there. You get 3 for a trap. Press. I'm not even taking the point away. I'm not taking the point away. There's a drill over the steal. There's a drill over the steal. If you start getting tired now, you see more and more things happen. You find out who's winning the game, who's been playing chaos. Last up. Last. Paul, good job. Let's go back to two teams. Bruce, take yours off. Go back to the colors. And go sideline second. Okay, so we'll do this at least once a week. And they hate it. That's why I love it. And you can see who's in shape, who's tough, who's just those passes around, crap on the ball. And obviously we haven't practiced. We haven't talked about press break and what we're running on offense, that kind of stuff. So we'll do this a lot. The other thing, this is a side note, what I'm doing this year is in preseason, we are charting, this is way off topic, we are charting wins and losses in preseason open gym. And we are keeping track of wins and losses in practice. So we're going to have like a record of, I want to know who's winning drills and who's not. Maybe it'll help you with those tough talks where they come out and say, why aren't they playing? I can pull this out, maybe it won't help me because, stats can really be deceiving, but I want to see who's if there's a trend, certain people may not gain a lot of points, but for some reason the team around is winning a lot of these kind of things. So we're going to start tracking this and see what happens. All right, the next drills, these guys don't know probably, we didn't work on it. What I call fix-it drills. These drills are really put in or created where I stole from, because everything I have is all stolen. Is from someone can help me out here. I think it's Coach Larson at former coach at Louisiana Badger. So if you're a press coach or a running jump coach, these are all from his stuff. I call them fix-it drills. We call them fix-it drills because again, in our conference we are pressed almost every game. Okay, and we're probably more athletic now than we've been when I first took over, but we need to be smarter, the smarter team, because we're not going to be the most athletic team in our conference. And so again, I'm really big on making decisions on the chaos in the backfield. If we can cut down turnovers, not have 46 and 44, it's like quadruple what we should have. We can win some games and be competitive. So these are called fix-it drills. So we're going to have two teams. What I need is let's go black team. I need someone here. It's 4 on 4. 4 players each team. And the rest is 3 out, and we're going to come in. So I need a black on the sideline. That where JD is. I'm sorry, it's 3 and 3. My bad. So I have 3 whites. I need someone guarding JD, someone guarding Mika, and Monica, you're in the charge circle. And someone gets Jen a ball. You guys are coming in. Once they go, people on the sideline, when they're done, you're jumping in. Okay, so you're ready to pick them and stop. All right, so I'm just putting them in. I'm putting white in a tough position to start to see how they react. So instead of just doing 3 on 2, okay, these guys got a clock. So Nicole and Haley and White, they got to start there. But once I say go, they've got to communicate what's going on. I want Monica to follow this person in the court because you got to tell Haley and Nicole what she's doing. Is she going to be able to catch up to Jen? You're teaching your teams, tiptoe behind, or she's going to run ahead. Is she taking the ball? Are they both? You just got to talk. And I'm always going to talk with them all the top of their hands. We call it out. It's 1 possession, and we're done. And then next group come in. Once they leave, you guys are jumping in here. Now you could do this and let them play. You would also then play. I'm not going to do it now, but you can do this and then come back. No matter what happens, come back to 3 on 3. So I like to change the possession of everything. So I want to go 3 on 3 to chaser, come back to fan three. But we don't do that. It's one possession and done, ladies, okay? Questions? All right, go.
I got back. I got back.
Okay, you guys are in. Hey, switch, we're in. Go fast. You guys are just going to jog off. Let's jog back. You're going to keep filling spots. Okay. You're in the circle. Circle. Okay. You guys be talking on defense. You don't hurt One shot. We're done. Well done. Can you do it? Another ball, please. Let's do this. 4 reps. There's left 3. 4 reps. Here we go. Okay, is that 3? We'll do one more. Until I get tired. Here we go. Okay, so that's 3 on 2 of the chaser, fix it. I'll do 4 on 3. So let's switch O and D. Okay, so I need to have who's in offense? White. So you 4 whites and 4 blacks. Okay, so I need the same spots on the offense. Go down there. I need someone with the ball here in offense. Alright, so I'm just adding people now. So now we're going 4 versus 3 with the chaser. Okay? So now the rotations are less because you have more people. Okay? Again, these drills are really great for someone working on, the best trapping teams, I think, are the ones that can get some steel, but really the best ones, the good ones, the best ones are the ones that where you have an after a pass out of a trap. And that's what these drills, I think, are implemented for. My thing is I just want to make good decisions. Let's have no more jump passes or passes on the run unless it's too someone's shooting a wide open layup. Can we do that now before practice starts next Thursday? Ready? Go. Okay, go spots. Go spots. You guys win. Here we go. We're doing 4 reps on the line, 4 reps. The other reason I like doing this drill is because if you see us play on defense, I grew up my whole life being taught that we never switch screens. It's a sign of a weak team. We switch screens a ton. So you learn how to play against different people, different speeds, different heights, different sizes, different abilities. So this drill forces that back because you're rotating and stuff. And it forces them to play. Bigs don't have to just play bigs all the time. You know, why not play a point guard? How do you move out against a point guard who's quicker than you without getting beat? So I like this skill for that purpose too. Plus one. Okay, that's 4. We'll do one more. All right, and what we're going to do on this. So I need 5 on 5. 5 on 5. If I can have, who's an offense? Black's an offense. So I need 2 whites back by me. Change go. Now I can go to half court. Maybe half court. You're in the blocks. So you go on offense. You there. There. JD's here. All right. So we're just playing 5 on 5, but I'm put him in the bad spot. Again, rotation might be different now. Okay? White's on offense, Left's on offense. Okay? Ready to go. All right, just come back down. Switch on me every time. Same people. Same people. So that way you can get it straight. Same people, switch on me. Here we go.
No, you got it. You got it. You got it.
Okay, two more. Come on back. Switch on me. So these fixture drills, I'm not sure I do a lot. But you do it in my back pocket, and there's a game where we just not getting back on defense, and I'm not really happy. You'll see these for a couple of days because we need to re-educate them on how to get back and communicate. Here we go. Okay, last one. Maybe Mika and JV, if Miko decides to come and run the ball, do you want to risk maybe her sliding to a wide open shot and making a center lead to go get a shooter, or do you want Mika to maybe keep like guarding both, retreating until JV can catch up? So Mika's got to make a decision. Do I take her right away, or can I kind of just zone the area until JV catches up? And so knowing your personnel, knowing your teammates is important here. Go. Stay hold. Just stay where you are. Stay freeze. Just go back. Come in the first pass. Okay, come on. Just come here. Okay. So, another way this is a good fix-it drill is maybe you can take this, use this drill as a teaching point. How do you switch back out of mismatches when you get back on defense? So let's just say Mika take Shayna and JD take Nicole and Kelly take Amy. So maybe it happens at the end like this. You can take time to teach what do we do? How do we get Kelly back on Shayna and Mika and get these matchups back? And so you get a rule like, okay, on the first pass, maybe you want to say only switch back when you're weak side. How we can all switch around. So it's a good drill, it's a good time, or a good teaching drill for that kind of stuff to fix it on the back end of defensive possession. Okay, we'll break down. Okay, you guys can understand. Let's go baseline. So these, what I just showed you guys are basically a bunch of drills that I like to do early in practice before we do any dummy stuff. I'm just going to take 3 minutes and work on our dummy trainings. Which I just said we're not going to do this ever, but we get to do it early in the season. We have, I'm going to say Amy, come on, Amy, Jen. Actually, I'm going to say one. Nicole, will you here Thursday? No, JD, Haley. Okay. All right, so I just talked for about 5 minutes on Thursday that we're going to go back to more of a traditional secondary break. So again, I look at offense as being, can we get a quick strike on the court, numerical advantage, then we have a secondary break with some rules, and then some quick hitters off that. The next stage, I think, is having some motion offense, so we run the chin offense, and then having some specialty plays for certain players in certain positions. The college team is going to 4 quarters now, which is weird because in high school going to 2 halves. It's just correct, I think. Now, I'm thinking in my head, what we have to talk about, we have more like we need 2 more end of quarter plays with some specialty plays that I don't call, we just know what we're going to do. So for conditioning, I like to do what's called, they don't know this, it's called 6 and 30. So put 30 seconds on the clock, and they've got to get 6 shots out of all of our secondary hitters up and on the court in 30 seconds. We didn't do this Thursday, did we? Okay. I left it out. You're going to do it. So let's go through our 6 shots first. So I want you to take the sideline, get all the get a wing layup. Okay, do wing layup down, wing layup down. Okay, okay with that? Okay, here we go. So we are just going to run through our dumb stuff. But our progression is, let's have another 5. Come on, 5. 1, 2, 5. I'm trying to get to the position with basketball. We don't have 5 positions, but I still do in some instances. We have a point guard and a point guard. Good point. So again, wing layup. You good? Same thing. There we go. Let's do twice each. First thing. So basically we haven't practiced. We want to point guard to go to the side of the rebound if possible. So that our post players are turning to the outside, away from all the players. They want to look up sideline first, to a wing, and then a point guard and outlet should be getting over here. We should be getting to the sideline, pointing your butt to the base sideline so you can get it and you see the whole court and go. Right? So we're doing. So the first thing is we want to do our wings to rim run, and I'm telling our wings when they get to half court. If there's not someone under the basket there, if someone's like escorting them, they need to run from the half court to the rim, not down the sideline. Okay, a little different than we normally do. We have a rim run, but for now. So we're going to rim run there. Same thing is we're going to kick the ball court to one of the wings, and we're going to feed the first big. So we need to have a first post and a trailing post. You got to figure out who it is. Normally that rebounding post is a trailing post. So now, point guard kick the ball up to a wing, post feed both ways. There we go. Next group. Wings, I want you to take the sideline. So wings, listen, you're going to take the sideline. So when you peel off, you need to take a sideline before you get up the court. First big play. All right, next group. All right, so we're going to do this quickly. Now we're going to go trailing big. Let's just go big and big. We call it big and big. So we're going to advance the ball up the court as fast as possible. We're going to look at the first big and rim run. We want our first big to run right to the rim and post up right under the rim, right in front of it. We're going to simulate it's not there. So the wing's going to hit the trailing post. We're going to feed the post. We call this big and big. Big big. Next station. Okay, so let's see if you guys can pick this one up. What side is the line? Okay, so now we're going to reverse the ball through the trailer, same way. So point guard, wing, hit the trailer after you look at the first big. Trailing post. Big's not open inside. Next look is where? Reverse the ball. Okay? The ball is going to reverse to you. Okay, you're going to come to the back spin. Now we're going to go back pick the trailer. Okay, you're going to hit the trailer dunk off the back pick. Run the ball. First thing right there, trailer, change it, back swing, out the post. Stay ball side. All right, so let's go through progression. Last one. You got it? Okay, so if you've never done this, I do have freshmen on the floor right now. Keep that in mind. Okay, nothing about freshmen, become sophomores. All right? So let's Coach Kelly. All right, so the reverse the ball. Listen. Ball reversal to the trailer. Okay, back screen the trailer. Pass to the back screen. Back screen, when you catch it, you're going to take one dribble away from where you caught it from to feed the post. So who's going to be the trailer? Okay, you're trailing. You're going to go screen Jen. Okay? Back screen, step out. Go top. There you go. Do it again, bring it back. Do it again. End of the day, it's a long day. Trailer. Here you go, back screen. Back screen. Step out. Big screen. Okay, let's ball please. Let's the team will do one more thing, we're done. The team that we're 4. We're 4 to 4. We'll done again. Okay, so I don't expect age appropriate when you go down in levels to have a fast track system like that. But maybe you can at least teach at the grade school level to have, what are you going to do on a team possession? Where instead of having a mentality where offense and defense is a chain of possession, everyone's on part, turns around, runs their offense, plays defense. Get your team on offense, so always have some rules. Get your bigs to run to the rim really hard. Work on the outlet and push the ball at least. Nothing's there, then set it back up and run your offense. If you don't do that, think about it. It's scary because you lose control, and when you're going faster, you're going to have more turnovers. But if you're trying to develop your players when you go to high school and maybe farther, think of the 3 seconds after a change of possession, what you're telling your team to do. So I'm going to finish with one drill. And I'll be done. Like most coaches, I do defensive shell stuff, like Coach Corey. Coach Corey and I are on the same page. We do almost the same drills she does. But we do very, very little shell defense. Okay? It's probably not, maybe that's not right. But I want things live. So we do things live more than we show them some drills and then we're playing. So let's have, let's go 4 blue on offense, 4 white on defense, and then black would have court. So we call this a defensive pride drill. So it's make it, take it, in reverse. So you guys have done this. I'm sure it's not uncommon. So we're going to play 4 on 4. All right. But we're charting. You only get points on defense. You don't get points on offense. To get on defense, you have to score. So it's an offensive drill. All right. So I be talking about jump to the pass, won't cross your face, take on cutters. If we're switching your defense, we've dealt with all that already. Once we've taught our system, this is what we'll do more than dummy stuff, like I'll dummy, I'll show you. Called dummy. All right? We have 4 black. You in? Are you in? Okay. So we won't bring them in. Okay? We'll stay with these 2. So here's how you get points. You get points for stops. If you deflect the ball out of bounds, you get a stop. Okay, just deflecting the ball once you get a stop or you get a win. If there's a win, you get points by ones. You only get on defense by scoring. If you foul, you're out. Okay? If I'm reffing, if I see a foul, defense leaves, offense goes to defense. Okay? We don't have a third team. We will bring a third team in and do that. So it's a couple reps and we'll be done. Here, we'll play. All right, so what happened is defense got scored on, they got to leave. Offense doesn't get a point, they get to go on defense. The reward for scoring is, the reward is they get to play defense. Okay? And hopefully they get a stop, so they get a point. Here we go. Stop. Okay, I forgot some rules. So you can be as strict as you want and emphasize what you believe in. So the real way you're supposed to play is if you give up an offensive rebound, you are out. Okay? We'll add that too. So that was offensive board, Sheena, right? Okay, so you can go on. Yeah. We'll do one possession, we'll be done. One possession, last one. Let's get a stop, we get a point. Someone get a stop. All right, deflection on the bounce or turnover? Deflection? Okay, you get a point. All right, so we call that a defensive flag though. So instead of just rotating on defense and working on stuff, teams, I think players after we get to January, teams are going through the motions. And I'm trying to do whatever I can to avoid that. So we're going to have some type of consequence, and we'll do this defensive flag drill a lot instead of just doing shell. We'll teach shell a little bit first to get the technique down, and then we're almost everything on defense is live. Very, very rarely do we just defend things. The other thing we do on defense more than anything else is it's the hardest thing to do, I think, is stop the ball is on pull-ups. We will do a lot of, early in the season, we do a lot of skip to one-on-ones. So we'll do, you go on help side, on a skip, how do you close out? I love to have a big dialogue to see, because I'm changing my philosophy on defense, jumping around topics now. What do you believe on defense? Are you playing no middle? What are you doing? My whole life I was a big no middle force baseline coach. We have completely got away from that, at least for the next month. We'll see how it works. And I'm really big on tendencies. I think I don't want to. Here's my pillars on defense, and everything's going to drive what we do. I don't want to get back on defense. You notice the drills. I emphasize that. Okay. Do not want to get off offensive board. No one does, but you don't have a big team. So the less we have to help and rotate, the better. I don't want a big to have to leave a big to go help. And when the small rotate down, it happens. So we'll do whatever we can. And then I don't want to foul. We're not going to put teams in the free throw line, especially with the new rules in college. 5 fouls and even double bonus a quarter. 5 fouls or a double bonus. There's no single bonus anymore in college basketball per quarter. It resets. So these guys cannot foul this year. Okay. We want to make more free throws in their team attempts. That's our goal of the game. So if we can avoid having to rotate, which we work on every day, I want to avoid it. So instead of forcing to a baseline into a rotation, it sounds cool. We're going to rotate and get aggressive, and I don't want to do it. So we're going to play a really strong hand, and I'm going to find out who at our level, at the NAIU level, can go to the weekend and score and pass against us. We're going to take away the strong hand. So we are closing out the dominant hand. And it's different than I've taught my whole life. Okay, so let's just give you a little insight into our defense. I'm done with my drills. I told you earlier. I want to get you guys out of here so you can get on to the rest of your weekend. I forgot to do a couple things. One is, I forgot to introduce my staff. Just really quick. You guys didn't see her, but she's up top all day today. Anna Butler is my new graduate assistant. She played at Concordia. Played for me right before I played Concordia. Is now my grad assistant. Coach Maley, we asked a great question at lunchtime. Coach Maley's here. This is your third year, Coach?
Yeah.
Third year with us. And it spent at least 13 years as a head coach of West Bend West, and has been a great addition. If I can tell you one thing, never hire yes coaches. Okay? The smartest thing I ever did is I hired a guy that challenges everything I do. Okay? I mean, as often a compliment, he challenges everything I do, and so you don't want to have someone that's going to agree with everything you say. He may not agree with everything, but he's making a much better coach. And our wily old coach, Coach Tom Spira, over there in the red. Coach Tom has been here since this program started 29 years ago. He's been coach here. I want to thank Paul Panofsky, who is a good friend of mine. I've known him for many, many years. He's really the reason why we're doing this clinic and pushed to do this. He does a great job with his club, with the Nicolay Club, and with the league that they run. It's a great league. I'm learning from them how to do things as far as marketing, promotions, and just how you see people. So it's great job. I want to thank him. You have the call here. Do you have any more raffles or not? No more raffles? Okay. Okay, again, like I said in the beginning, a couple things, and Paul might have a couple things to add. This camp hopefully will be up on the internet. It's up there now. Is there a link? How do you get going?
If you go to thecube.com and you type in CSU or North Shore Girls Youth Basketball, and then and you'll find it if you just look at today's events or type in Coaches Clinic. That's one of the only, I think it's the only one out there. And then probably first thing tomorrow, probably by 10, 11 o'clock, I'll send everybody an email, link to a few documents, a little bit about today, talk about next year. So, and I'll send it.
And the last thing, I did say in the beginning, gather your input, please grab one of us and tell us if you have any ideas. I'm already working on next year. I'm working on a couple of dates. I have a couple of coaches from high school at the D1 level I'm talking with already. I'm having a sport. I already connected with a sports psychiatrist. I'm going to just do a mini thing on team building and mental training. And just talk to someone, I do some like quick thing on ACL prevention. So I'm trying to add some different things so it's not just X's and O's. Hopefully, you'll see enough stuff that you want to come back next year. So I really appreciate you guys being today and have a great rest of the weekend. I hope you have a great season. Here's my wish for you. I obviously go on to win games. My wish for you is that the refs treat you fair, the parents cheer, and your players listen. You get those three things that you have a fun season. So thanks a lot.